Oops. Hi, Happy New Year. I just streamed for a long time without recording or streaming. In other words, I just like started talking in front of the camera and wasn't actually streaming. Wait, now I'm not going to tell you how long I did that because I don't know, but it was not necessarily a short amount of time. Which is, okay, how long was it actually? Oh boy. Yeah, at least 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes of Oh, hand phrase. I'm sorry. Thank you for that's embarrassing that I would do that. Scocho, how's it going? I just streamed for 10 minutes without actually streaming at all. I mean, I was like doing a puzzle. It's embarrassing. I had some funny jokes. I said some funny jokes. I did. Yeah. Do you want to hear my jokes that I told? It's too late now. So what a way to start the. Yeah, I deserve that. I really truly deserve that. The good news is I got out. You know, I already took care of certain things like picking the puzzle, setting the background, all of that stuff. So at least we're like, we're gonna start right off here. I did make some progress on this puzzle, and I just reset it out of embarrassment. So I'm gonna redo what I did, and pretend I never did it. Oh look, this puzzle, I've never seen it before. Just kidding, I actually did get a start on this puzzle. So this is Oil and Water Quads by Blobz, and I have mixed feelings about oil and water puzzles. I like them conceptually, but the details of the way of even numbers being oily is just like offensive to me. It's upsetting. So I'm going to start the same way I started. So yeah, I'm retreading some ground at the beginning here for sure. But we get some gimmies, right? There's some interesting things because if we know that in this cage there's an odd digit at all, because it's a square, we know the bottom is odd, which is wet. And it's the same thing here. We know that these have wet bottoms because if there's a 7 in here at all, it means that somewhere in here is an odd digit. And since odd digits required, they have to build from the bottom up, we know this. Similarly, we know these are even, which is a very charming way to start this puzzle. It's a nice intro. Helio, I don't know. Helio, your name is so close. Wait, is your name just an anagram of something oil? I should have known. Your name, it's H-E and then oil backwards. I should have known. A representative of big oil. Okay, so this is a nice start because then we suddenly get a ton of wetness. Yeah, that's a likely story. You're not there's. I see the required letters to make the word oil is in your name twice. That does not seem like a coincidence. Yeah. Bex oil. Yes. It is an anagram of, or oil fex oil. Who can say? Anyway, we were doing some coloring. If this is wet at the top, this is wet at the bottom because wetness rises or something like that. Yeah, I knew it. I knew here as a representative big oil, big fex oil. We also know the trick of anywhere we see a cage that has 5 or more has to have wet on the bottom because there's not enough oil to fill it. So that means that these are also wet because they have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's got a wet bottom. Anybody else have a wet bottom? I don't know. But we can see that we can't make all these wet or we'd have too much wetness. We'd have 7 wet. So those are all oily, and that means that is oily. And we can see already that this 3 is going to have a hard time going somewhere. Row 7. Oh. Wait, hang on. Sorry, let me think about that for a second. Oh, yeah, in here. Sure. Obviously, I just said that. I said it over here and then didn't do it. In my classical, my favorite maneuver is to do something like this, correct it somewhere else and not do it. Yeah, great. To talk about a thing and then not do it. Is that how we want to say this? Yeah, sure, correct. 1, 2, 3, 4 means that these can't both be wet, so those are both oily. And that means this is just wet, right? That means that is all the wets at the bottom. So these are oily. It means these can't be oily because they'd be too wet. It means these are both oily. It feels like it's going too smoothly, so I probably made a mistake, right? This feels like, I mean, you can definitely, I want to keep coloring before I do any digits, but you can definitely see where some digits are going to have to live already. Okay, in this column, these can't all three be oily. In fact, only 2 of them could be. So the bottom is definitely wet. And that is all of our wets here. So these are all oily. Right? So in this cage, is that how you make a vinaigrette? Wait, I think you're missing a key ingredient in your vinaigrette if you don't have any vinegar. Should we change these to oil and vinegar puzzles? Maybe that would actually be, you know what? That actually, I think oil and vinegar is better. Why are these oil and water? Oil and vinegar. I could see odd digits being acidic and vinegary. Okay, anyway, the thing I was going to say is we have a weird configuration up here, right? Because, is that true? Vinegar's just water with some, it's just a spicy water. So what I was just thinking is if you try to make these even, then we only have one more even to place. It couldn't go here because then it'd have water on top of it, and it couldn't go up here because it has no front. So I think that means these all have to be oily. So these all have to be even. Does that seem true? Don't know. 1, 2, 3. We have one more. So this is one of each, and the oil, because it's in a cage, the oil has to be on top, and that's going to make this oily. Even if this is oily, we still have to place something oily. Yeah, that was really cool. I like that. We haven't even, yeah, that's cool. And we haven't even really considered, except just the break-in, we use the quads, but I'm interested to see what the quads do later. Yeah, that was very nice. So we know that we have to have one oily, at least one oily up here, because we just have to. So at least that is oily, and that's going to be all of the oilies up top, right? So that's all wet. And that means probably something that I'm not immediately seeing. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can only have one more wet in this column, so these can't both be wet. So this is oily. So this is oily. That's all the oilies there, so that's wet. We just need 2 wets here. That's all the oilies, so that's wet. That's all the oilies, so that's wet. That's oily. That is all the wets, so those are all oily. These are all the oilies, so this is wet. EggFriedCheese, how's it going? I did a silly thing and I streamed to no one for a while because I didn't actually hit stream, but I'm pretending that didn't happen. And now here we are. Everything's great. This is oily. Which actually, you could have seen that anyway, right? Like, even if I hadn't had that column logic, we could see that I have to have an oily digit here because I have to put a 2 somewhere. Viewer submitted. I would definitely take a look at it. I was gonna do 2 Blobz puzzles today, 2 of his new oil and water quads. I'd be glad to look at it. I may not get to it today, but always glad to take a look at the grid. So that's cool. So we could have figured this out either way because we knew we had to have an even somewhere for that too. I don't know if that fully resolves this. This we can see that we need one more friend. This looks like it's one of each, and this looks like it's one of each. And I'm not sure we know yet. Well, sure. Let me take it out to look at the 92% rating. I have to say, this is basically a Blobz fan channel. Although Heliopolix has been sneaking in with some real bangers lately, I have to say. That Zipular line puzzle, I was just smitten with just the grid. It was so beautiful, even as just the grid. Although Helio, since you know, as we know, Helio actually works for Big Oil twice and is always out to get me. And Helio, when I did the hard version of oh, awesome, that's great. Wow, your second ever puzzle has a 92% rating. Congrats. Helio, when I did the hard version of Dinosaur, the solution is wrong in Sudoku pad. It doesn't, it wouldn't check. And then I went into like a crisis trying to figure out what I did wrong. And then I went back and saw that someone put a comment on it, and it's the 9 in box 1 has to be blank for the puzzle to solve. Yeah, likely story. It was just an accident. You know how insecure I am about making mistakes in puzzles, so then I went back and checked every piece of logic. Anyway, so I actually don't see that these can be disambiguated yet. Maybe I'm wrong about that. We know one of these is even, obviously, because of the 4, but we also just know one of them is even because we need an even. And this doesn't really help us because we know there's an odd, and it just doesn't. I don't know that we know this yet. But we can see we have a lot of like gimmies, so maybe we should just do our gimmies now. For example, there's only one place for this 2 to go. There's only one place for this 3 to go. Right? So right now I'm just looking for kind of L shapes. There's only one place for this 2 to go. That checkerboard's a little annoying. Wait, 2 5-star Zipular puzzles. Whoa. I'm afraid of those, but okay, I'll try them. I want to try them. This, okay, maybe that was the low-hanging fruit as far as just like the L shapes, because we don't actually know for this one. Oh, I see. I think, you know, for those of you who've been around a bit, I should ask this in the Discord, actually. Never mind. I changed my mind. I'm not going to ask this. I do see, we definitely have a 2 up here. And so that means one of these is a 2. Oops. And one of these is obviously a 6. Oh, we do have a gimme down here. The 8 can only be there. One of these is the 6. Oh, the 4 is a gimme. Why am I not seeing these? That 4 is a gimme. That means 4 is up here, here. So that's the 4. That makes this, oh, and that's the 8. That makes this a 2-6 pair. That makes this the 6. That makes this a 4-8 pair. and this a 2-6 pair. Does that seem... Oh, right, there's a 6 here. Yes, there is indeed a 6 here, so that is a 2. There is a 2 up there, along with the 6. Skoja's not afraid of everything. I was going to say Skoja's not afraid of everything, which is also true. Helio, I saw your comment. I'm thinking through this. I was just thinking through evens for a second. It just feels like there ends up being a lot of pressure. Maybe there's not really. I mean, I was just thinking through with like 2 is down here, so 2 is up here. These are this is 4, 6, 8, but this can't be 4. But we know that. We know the 4 is over here, so that is not actually a useful statement. Just trying to see if I could disambiguate. Oh, wait. This is the 4. What am I saying? Good grief. How did I just miss all these? That is just the 4. That is the 4. And the other 4 is down here, so there's a 4 up here. So, and this sees 4, 6, and 8. So that is 2. And this is, that's a 6, 8. So we see 2, 6, 8. So we need the 4 in this row. It's here. So that gets, okay. Sorry for the diversion. I just really wanted to color this. And I think we have done so. Did we do it? Has it happened? So, now what? One of those is a 4. So we have 2 4s. Oh, this is the other half of the 6, 8 pair. Just thinking about other even. I'm sure there's a more expedient way to go through this. I was just... Some part of my mind wants to try to finish all of the evens. And I was thinking about this 8 because one of these is 8 and it's not that. Okay, great. Yeah, right. So that is the 8. That's the 6. That's the 8. That's the 2. This is a 4, 6 pair. And only this can be... I didn't type that the way I meant to, but it doesn't matter because it's already disambiguated. So that's the 6. That's the 4. This becomes... a 2, 8 pair. This 4 there and the 2 there. That's 6. So that, I think that was all of our given evens. I think. And that's 4, 6. I don't know. We can go through and pencil mark these, but that seems like the really obvious ones. Nope. That one's obvious because it's a 4. So this is a 2, 6 pair, with that being the 6. That's the 2. That's the 8. That's the 6. That makes this a 4, 8 pair. And we know the order of that. That's the 4. That's the 8. The 2. That makes this the 2. This the 8. This the 6. That untangles this. I'm on a mission to do the... it was probably would have been faster to think about oiliness, but I just really was just dead set on doing all the evens. Okay. You know, here's a non-controversial statement. I love olives. I love them. I think they're so good. Olives are so good. Olives are among my favorite food. Maybe for some people that's a controversial statement. For me, I love that the evens just like just present themselves to us. I sort of regret putting this 3. It's just because so, and what's funny is I feel like I haven't done, so my normal, so I will say, this goes back when I first started doing these puzzles. I started entertaining the idea of a dedicated Sudoku peripheral. And I spent some time designing it until I realized it would basically just be like a USB numpad. But I kind of want the, I still sort of want to do it. But now, Skojo, I'm imagining a mouse that just has the digits 1 to 9 on the back. Just a absurdly, just a mouse with too many buttons. Sounds pretty good. Ow! Why has no one just made a numeric keypad that is also a mouse? So I could just have the USB numpad, but move it around. Does that exist? Okay. Well, then forget it. Then the thing I'm going to make is life-size Sudoku like Harry Potter chess. And I will hire people to play. Okay, one thing that I don't know that we need it, but just to call it out, my favorite quad solving technique, we haven't needed it yet, and it may not even work, but I just want to spend 1 second thinking about it because it is my favorite quad solving technique, is when you have quad alignment and digits get pushed places. But now that I say that, I actually don't immediately see anywhere that there is meaningful quad alignment. So forget everything I just said. Is that true? Really, none of these, for all of these quads, there are none that within 2 rows eat the digits? Okay, maybe not. Anyway. This song sounds like the King of All Cosmos talking. We can see that we have to have a 3 here and a 9 here. I guess we'll just solve this puzzle. We have to have a 7 in here. So this is 1 or 5, I guess. Quad alignment. Wait, is there a quad alignment dedicated puzzle? That's my favorite thing about quads. I always feel very smart when I see it. I know it's just a normal... Look at that, it's beautiful. Oh my god, what is this? Wait, what is this? What is this? Wait a second. Oh no. I've never done an S cell. Oh wait, is that mean Schrodinger cell? This song is awful, by the way. Let's not listen to this song. Does that mean it's 2 digits simultaneously and both of them are correct? This is not a quadruple. You monster. Okay, I'm tabling. I want to do that, but not right this minute. Okay, sorry. Obviously, we have a 7 here. We spoke for our 4 here, our 2. There's a 3 in this world somewhere. Oh, we got rid of that 7, so that is the 7. So that's a 1-5 pair. That means this is the other half of a 1-5 pair. That means that there's a 9 in here someplace. It means that if there's no 9 there, these are... Yeah, this... So 3 down here. Just thinking about this 3, the 3 down here, and where the 3 goes here, but I don't think I know it yet. I think that was not a useful thought to have. 9 and 7 are up here, so they're not here. So this is not 3, 9, or 7, so this is also 1 or 5. There's definitely a 1 in here, and so that one goes over here. There's definitely a 1 in here, so it's there. So these are both 5s, so that untangles this 1, 5. This is 1, 3, 9 then. And this is a 7, 9 pair then. This becomes a 1, 3 pair in this world where we live. We know 3 is down here somewhere because it just is. We know 3 is in here somewhere because it just is. That means 3 is up here. Oh, well, yeah, 3 is up here. Good grief. So that's, I'm glad I thought through that, even though it was just literally there's a little box that tells me where the 3 is. That's exciting. This is not 1, 3, or 5, so this is only 7 or 9, I think. It's embarrassing. We do know. What do we know? Just thinking about 9s a little bit. We know 9 is in here and here, so 9 is here. That makes this a 1, 7 pair. So that takes care of the 7 that's required in this box, which is good because there's a 7 here. Uh-oh, did I make a mistake? Uh-oh. Jojo81, how's it going? Oh, Jojo, yeah. S cells go into the bin. Got it. Fair. Sorry, what have I done? Oh, yeah, that just is a 9. Sorry. Okay. I'm okay with making oversights as long as I don't make terrible mistakes. That is the 3. So that's the 3. That's the 5. We have everything in this column except for the 1. We have a 3, 5, 7 here for this, which makes this happy. That's not a 3 then. So those are all happy. Everybody's happy. The 9. Looks like we know more about 9s than I think we know about 9s. Definitely know there's a 5 in here, but I don't know if anyone cares about that. Well, this is just the other half of a 7, 9 pair. And 1 has to go somewhere. So 3 and 5 are certainly in here, as is the other half of whatever's going on up there. And then the other half of this 7, 9 pair is up here with a 5 somewhere. Oh, and the 5 is here. Other half of the 7, 9 pair is here. So that, because of this 9, is just a 7, a 9, a 9, a 7, a 9. That makes this 3, 5, 7, which nobody cares about in terms of quadness. I just have never solved one. I think I've seen them before. I seem to recall seeing one on Cracking the Cryptic, but I just have never done one before. So this one already has its friends. This needs 1 and 5, and the 5 goes there, and the 1 goes there. And the 3 is here, so this is 7, 9. The 1 is not there. 3, 7, 9. Where do I think the 9 is? It's over here. So this is not 9 or 1 or 5. It's just 3 or 9. Is that true? Hang on. No. Sorry, 3 or 7. Good grief. This is not a 1. It's not a 5. I think it could be a 3. It's not a 9 because the 9 is over here. So I think that's just 3 or 7. So we have a 3, 5, 7 triple. So this is a 1, 9 pair. And that makes this 9 happy. And now we need 3, 5, 7. This needs a 5. So that becomes 3, 7 pair, which I think is going to crumble in our hands now because this is only a 3. No, we got a 3, 5, 7. Never mind. Here also 1, 3, 9, but not 1. right? 1, 3, 9, but not 1. 7. Okay, so I pencil marked basically everything, so I just have quad logic I'm missing. This is not 1 or 5, so it's 3, 7, 9. We need a 3 up here, so I'm just missing obvious quad logic, probably. Who is this? Wait, weird. Oh no, okay, never mind. I was just very confused about this person who was asking me for sensitive documents, but it is a person from the accounting office. So, okay, sorry. I know I'm just missing something very silly. What is it? We got that 5. The 9 is in there. You have your 3. Or am I just missing Sudoku, or did I make a mistake? What have I done? You're not 9. 9's in here. Is that what I've done? Do I have things like overly labeled? We have the 3, 7 pair, we have the 1, 9 pair. The 9 is good grief. Oh, sorry. I know this has to be something excruciatingly obvious, right? Oh my gosh, what excruciatingly obvious thing am I missing? Your 3 is in here somewhere. We feel comfortable stating that. Your 9 is here for sure. Is there some alignment of something odd that I'm just very... Oh, I love this. I'm just missing something so silly. I'm sure of it. What incredibly silly thing am I just missing? The 3 is definitely in here. That is a true statement. The 9 is accounted for. Your 5 is accounted for. Your 9 is accounted for. Something about the configuration of 9s. This is amazing. We had that 3, 5, 7 triple, 3, 5, 7. Oh my gosh, I can't even look at chat because I'm sure you're just... Oh my gosh, did I make a mistake somewhere? What am I missing here? 1s are down here and down here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 8 we feel good about. 3s are down here. 3s are up here. There's a 3 up here. This goofball 3 shape. What have I done? What is going on? I feel like this puzzle was going so smoothly, and then now I've just apparently forgotten how to do Sudoku puzzles. Did I make some mistake in my coloring? That would be so sad. I would be such a sad person. 1s and 1s and 1s. 9s. 9s just can go. It's got to be a quads thing, right? What else could it be? I have to have a 3 in here. I have to have a 9 in here. Oh! It's not quads, it's just cages. Oh my gosh. There's a 1-9 pair here in this cage. Okay, chat. Oh, chat. Yeah, Skojo says digits cannot repeat. Yeah, thanks. Oh man, it's so funny because I was so fixated on like, okay, well, this is obviously an oil and water quads puzzle. Obviously, I should be worried about oil and water and quads and not the very simple notion, which I like highlight multiple times, that there's a 1-9 pair in this cage, which I'm sure will completely unravel the entire puzzle. Skojo, I'm sure, saw this hours ago. But I'm glad I didn't look at chat. I did find it. I feel good about finding it. I'm embarrassed that it took me that long to find it. But boy. Okay. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, 3. Okay. I love it. If it's not Sudoku and it's not quads, what can it be? Nothing. There's no, it couldn't be anything. See, but the thing you need to do is you have to put yourself in my shoes a little bit, where it was just as likely that it was something like that cage, the cage constraint, or that in the first 2 minutes of the puzzle, I screwed it up and my coloring was wrong. So, you know, knowing me like I know me, it was fair to assume that I'd made some grievous error early in the puzzle. Well, yeah, and it's funny because that is the we didn't have to think about that anywhere else, actually. I don't remember anywhere else in the puzzle where like cage sovereignty was a consideration. So we have row 1 followed by row 2. And that, I'm going to say it was average, and I'm going to say it was very nice because I loved it. Okay, I was going to jump right into the vampire oil and water. But let's just look at that. It's got a sexy vampire. So that's cool. I don't even know what a vampire cell is. But instead, I do want to look at Egg's puzzle. Somewhere. Sorry, I lost it scrolling back through history. Okay, I found it. Did we find it? EggFriedCheese. Oh, I love the look of this grid. I love it already. My voice isn't synced with my camera. That's weird. Is there some kind of weird audio delay issue? Is anyone else having that problem? It's Skojo's new mouse is so advanced that it's causing like an audio rift. It's a common problem. Very advanced mouse technology. Okay. Okay, I love the title, first of all. And I love... okay, first of all, okay. Also, just... I almost went by without saying, but as usual, another banger from Blobz. The logic in here was so interesting. I've done a fair number of oil and water puzzles, but the interplay of those was really nice. And also just the pressure that... I mean, the break-in was really nice. The pressure that oil and water... that interplay of quads and oil and water, right? We used it as the break-in, and then we also used it for all of these places where we got digits around the grid everywhere that we had like an L shape. So that was really lovely. Beautiful puzzle. Okay, so let's check out. I don't trust vampire oil, I have to say. Okay, this is beautiful. I have a sucker for a symmetrical grid. So we have some rules that are Sudoku rules. We have some killer cage rules. We have some long thermometers. And when I see a thermometer like this, I instantly want to fill it up. I instantly want to pencil mark it, which I'm sure some people don't want me to do, but I'm just gonna pencil mark just the end of it. Okay, can I do that? Just the tip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this could be 7, 8, 9. That means this could be 1, 2, 3, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oops. So I'll just do the ends of it and spare you the obscene pencil marks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 6, 7, 8, 9. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously not a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did it again. 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm interested to see. I mean, already there's something interesting here because we're going to make 19 and 4 digits, and we've eaten 2 of the high digits. Which is cool because this total is either going to be 16 or 17, right? No, that's not true. It's going to be 15, 16, or 17. Okay. My problem though with thermos is I think it's reasonable to pencil mark a 4. Well, certainly a 3. Like this I think is reasonable, right? Like, so let's just do it. My problem is I will sometimes do it on extremely short thermometers, and then I just have a nightmare of digits ruining everything. But I already screwed this up, didn't I? Wait, hang on. I need to go in. I need to go up. Going backwards is messing me up. 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that seemed correct. Which is interesting because we get 2 here. Okay, so just want to take stock here. Like we've got to make 18 in 3 digits without some low digits. We've got to make 16 in 3 digits without many low digits. But I'm kind of interested in this. Because we know we have 21 here, and then we have 15, 16, or 17. Right? So that's 36, 37, or 38, which means these 2 digits sum to 9, 8, or 7. I don't know if I'm supposed to think about that right now, but it just is an interesting thing for me to think about right this minute. Is that true? This is just a beauty cage? That's fair. I'm a sucker for symmetry. 2 to 4 digits is reasonable pencil mark. That's fair. Okay. I mean, if that's okay, I was trying to spare you all, but I feel like you're encouraging me, and so I'm just gonna do it. Like, I generally think that 4 digits is reasonable to pencil mark. It's just when you have a whole box full of 4 digits, it just starts to look like noise, at least to me. I think this song is not good. Let's try a different song. We're not doing very well with music this morning. The song is awful. Okay, so... Well, that's sort of interesting. I mean, yeah, that just gets me thinking about extreme digits. Well, very specifically about nines and just where nines go in this puzzle is kind of interesting. Wait, is that true? Whoa, you can. Whoa, I didn't know that. Where's that been my entire life? Although it seems maybe slightly confused. No, I guess it doesn't seem confused because they're different length thermos. Weird. I had no idea that existed. That's pretty amazing. So, yeah, the thing I was just saying was just thinking about nines a little bit. I don't know that this is the right place to start. I am very interested in these totals. This being like 987, sum of 987 is kind of interesting. I'm not quite ready to think about that yet, but I think that these nines are going to do a little bit of work at least. Right? Because there's no nines here, because there's just not. So these are nines, which I should have done before pencil marking, because that's going to mean that this can't be a 9. If that can't be a 9... Wait, so you're telling me I can do this on both of these simultaneously? I rule 9 out of there, which rules 8 out of there, which rules 7 out of there, 6 out of there, 5 out of there, and 4 out of there. So I get a 1-3 pair, which is cool. Is there another... We don't quite get that. Yeah, sorry, I'm just having a 9. Just having a 9 thought. That's all. A hard time having a 9 and 11 cage. Right? I think this song is also bad. I'm just not... Like, synthy saxophone is not doing it for me today. Okay, sorry. Let's think through this a little bit. So we got the 9s. We got... thinking about other places for 9 to live. This is just catching my attention. So if we had a 9 here, we'd have 2 digits summing to 2, and that's going to be bad. So there's definitely not a 9 in there. There's also definitely not a 1 in here. Right? Because... No. I'm sorry. Of course there could be 1. I'm sorry. There's not a 9 in here, but there could certainly be 1, because there could be 2 digits summing to 10, of course. Sorry about that. Maybe this doesn't matter. I just wanted to think about 9s for a minute, but maybe knowing there's no 9 in there doesn't actually do anything for us. I guess it's a little hard for there to be an 8 in there because of this 2, but it's not that hard. It's just a little hard. But maybe the thing that wants more attention is this 1, 2, 3. Thinking in this box, I'm not good at these intuitively seeing some of these things. Feels possible to think harder about 9s, but I'm not immediately seeing it. Look, I'm having a slow morning. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I streamed for 15 minutes without even having the stream running, so I can't be expected to be good at arithmetic at a time like this. So just thinking about these a little bit and thinking about the extreme digits here, this feels like there's some pressure underway. We also did one of these is definitely a 3. So one of these we know the full composition of, actually, right? One of these being a 3 is going to force this to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because that's the full... That's all we have. So, like, Um, I don't know if this matters, but this is not an 8. I don't think that matters to anyone. But one, either this or this is going to be an 8. And probably no one cares about that. That was a lot of tomatoes to the face. Isn't that true, though? Isn't that true? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of these is going to be an 8. So this is not an 8, and this is not an 8. I think I stand by that statement. That's useless, but okay. I'm sorry. What else does that mean? The one that's a 1 would still could only be a maximum of 7, but I think it could still be a 6. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I'm moving very slowly. This has to be so frustrating to watch when you set a puzzle and then someone is just... Well, wait. Okay, I'm seeing all the wrong things, but I'm just going to talk about what I'm seeing, and hopefully one of these things becomes interesting. One of these we absolutely know the nature of. It's either this one or this one is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? That is a requirement that one of these is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which takes out the 3, 4, which means one of these is definitely 2. Does that matter to anybody? I don't know. But one of these is definitely 2. And if one of those is definitely 2, then one of these is definitely 1. Again, does that matter to anyone on the entire planet Earth? Probably not. But it's true. It's true that one of those is definitely 1. Which is like a little bit interesting in thinking about cages. I know I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm not even looking at chat because I know I'm looking at the wrong thing, but I'm just looking at what is catching my attention. Just, that's all. Just thinking about what's caught my attention. One of these is definitely 8765. Well, okay, just continuing this logic that no one cares about but me. That means one of these is definitely 5. Right? Because that's going to be 3, 4, 5. And taking 5 off of this feels sort of impactful. But again, I know I'm not looking at the right thing. I know. Sorry. Okay, let's try to look at the right thing. For just 1 second, I'll try to look at the right thing. And I loved where this 1-3 pair emerged out of the mist. We have this 2 here. We feel these are very high digits. We feel that we know just it's a requirement that one of these is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We know that one of these is 2. We know that in this row, what do we know? I mean, I'm just looking for the, we know that one of these is, or in these 2 digits, there is a 7 and an 8. I'm sorry, there is an 8 and a 9. 8 and 9 must be accounted for in this world. Almost have a quadruple that we care about because of this, but not quite. This is embarrassing now. Now I'm just embarrassed. I'm going to pretend I'm doing it on purpose just to torment poor Egg. Okay, everybody. Let's get serious here. I know I'm making this harder than it's supposed to be. I realize that. I apologize. Okay, so let's just think about thermometers, right? So we knocked 9 off of this. So we knocked off N extreme. And that was exciting. And then we talked about where 9 could exist in the world. And we said it's definitely not. No 9s in there. There's no 9 there. Is there a 9 in the 18 cage? Seems not very hard, because then you just need 2 other digits that sum to 9. So that seems pretty easy. We have the same... It's not fully reflected, right? Because we don't actually know. There's something I know isn't in a 16 cage. Like a 1 would be 2 digits summing to... I mean, I feel pressure, certainly, from the thermometers on these cages. And I'm sure I'm just missing something very silly. What an embarrassment. So we're going to have 8, 9, and then some other digit pulled from the world. And we know in one of these cases that other digit, or that this digit is a 2. Sorry, I guess we don't know the other digit. Well, we could think about... Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm making a mess of this. I mean, I kind of can. I was just thinking about totals again. Which is probably not really the thing to think about. $19 in 4 digits with 2 high-ish digits spoken for. Maybe isn't actually that hard. It's not that hard. Really? Oh my gosh, what incredibly obvious thing is it? Am I just not seeing like some obvious cage constraints? Do I need to just be looking here and be like, oh yeah? And I mean, it doesn't feel like what's going on here. Oh, there's not a 1 in a 19 cage. I don't think I knew that intuitively. There's no 1s in 19 cages. I don't think I knew that. But now I know. There's no 1s in 19 cages. There's a fair number of things that are not in 11 cages. That's not true. There's not that many combinations, but the only thing that's excluded really is a 9. There's no 1s or 2s in 20 cages, which is a little bit cool. I was thinking about 1s a little bit in my life. And there's definitely a 2. I'm doing so badly at this puzzle, I can't believe it. I mean, I definitely can believe it, but I also can't. I'm shocked. I feel like my brain is just on the wrong wavelength at this moment. Okay, I'm sorry, Chad, I'm ignoring you. I really want to like try to recalibrate the old brain here. I see the tomatoes everywhere. Okay, well, thanks for the tomatoes. Just, are you telling me to not look anywhere other than thermometers? Is that the problem? That I need to be looking at thermometers? Oh, well, okay. I don't know. This is probably not what you want me to look at, but I'm going to continue to just look at things that I find slightly interesting, and then everyone can get mad because I don't see them. But I was just thinking about like the way the thermometer is slightly interesting in terms of this digit, and thinking about where it could go if it was a 9, but it's probably not what we're supposed to think about here, right? Okay, sorry. What are we thinking about, everybody? We're thinking about there definitely being a 9 down here. And we're thinking about 3, 4, or 5 being removed from here. Is there just some interplay here that I'm not appreciating, like between these, the like kind of standout digit versus the line, and that I'm just not appreciating? I mean, I can see tension there, certainly. I know, chat. I know if I would just look at chat for 1 second, I would be one of those like slap my forehead moments, and I would get it. But I just am really, I don't know, kind of disappointed I'm not seeing this. This 11 cage does always have either a 1 or a 2, and it is a little hard to have a 2. My gosh. Just getting constant letters from my accountant, sorry. Is that interesting? I know I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm so sorry. And I feel bad for not looking at chat, but I really want to just like try to figure out what's going on. Okay. Think. What is it? I just feel like I'm not thinking about the right thing. This is awful. I do so badly. I feel like in the last 10 minutes I've done nothing. This digit, 7, 8, or 9. Not both 9s, obviously. We said that we knew one of these. What did we say? Sorry, I know I'm about to get distracted again, but it does feel like there's 2, 3. Sorry, 3. One of these is definitely a 3, so one of these is definitely a 5. So one of these definitely doesn't have a 5. So one of these is definitely 6 or 7. Well, I was about to say the world's most useless statement, which is cool. But 6 or 7 means 7 or 8, means 8 or 9. So did you know that both of these digits are not 7? Did you know that? But I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't realize that. Now you know that not both of those digits are 7, which is pretty cool, I would say. It's embarrassing. I feel like this is... Well, it was a while since I've been like this truly Just lost, just totally missing what's going on. Okay, sorry. Let's just back up here a little bit and think about what actually worked. The thing that worked was recognizing what? The thing that worked was recognizing that 9 was not represented anywhere. So we were able to put the 9 because of that little tilt, right? That was a thing that was useful to us because then we got 9s here, and that took this 9 off. So that is a thing that was effective. That took those 9s off. In this case, yeah, it reduced the options here, which was exciting. So then we know that this digit, whatever it is also not on this line, and it's also not here. So this digit, one of them is an 8, which makes what I'm about to say less useful. It's somewhere in this land. Well, that just doesn't feel very cool. Or like just doesn't feel... Oh, okay. Well, let me... Six is never an option here. Again, I'm sure I'm seeing the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry I'm ignoring you, chat. I want to try to like make a little headway without looking and accidentally seeing a hint. So I apologize. But just thinking about this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the one of these that's a 1, can't be 2, 3, 4, because then this would be broken. So there is never a 6 here. What is the... Am I just missing something with the rules? What am I missing? Normal Sudoku. Digits can't repeat in a cage. Digits sum to the value in the lofty S. Digits must strictly increase along the thermometer starting from the bulb end. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Did I miss something just fundamental here? So what I did was I removed a 9 here, and then I removed all those to keep thermometers happy, right? One of these... Okay, oh boy. Okay, sorry. One of these is definitely a 1, but this is not 2, 3, 4. One of these is definitely a 3 going up to 8. So this is 1, but it's not 2, 3, 4, which would be required to make this a 5. Am I just way off? Is this not right? Is that wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Ollie, how's it going? Terrier, how's it going? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Am I doing something? Am I making a mistake? If I'm just missing something, I just want a little more time to try to find it. But did I actually make a mistake somewhere? Okay. So, am I just gonna like work my way back along this? Like, if this is 1, this can only be a 4 if this is 2, 3, 4, right? The only way this could ever be 4 is if it's 4, 3, 2, 1, which would be broken. So that's not a 4. Wait, let me use the trick. So if I double click this, well, that's not right. If I do this, that's not a 4. So that can only be 5, 6, but this can still be 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Okay, I'm so sorry. I know I'm going so slowly. I really apologize. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. So, okay. But at least I have done a small thing at this point. So we know that one of these is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a requirement. And one of these is 1, but it's not 1, 2, 3, 4 because this would break. So can we take that same logic here because of this? Because is there some version of this that requires are we gonna have the same problem? We are. This ever being a 7. Gosh, okay, good grief. Oh my gosh, why did it take me so long? Okay. This can never be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because that would be 3, 4, 5, and that would break this. Oh my gosh! Skojo, you are so supportive. I am so okay. I'm gonna slight digression. One, that egg fried cheese, that was a very elegant and should have been very obvious, and I apologize. I'm so sorry that I did not grasp that. Yeah, I know. That is my classic. They're definitely not both 7. Is me getting like I don't even know what's the metaphor for that. The like walking right up to the edge of the swimming pool and then just walking away, not jumping in. I don't know. Good grief. Oh my gosh. I don't know how you people have any patience for me at all. But one thing I do want to say, I want to take an opportunity to say, like, I am so grateful for how kind and patient everyone is, especially those of you who have stuck around for a while. I have no idea, like Skojo, I have no idea how you have patience for this. It is astonishing. I'm very grateful for it. I really do appreciate it. Okay, did you know that this is an 8-9 pair? Did you know that? That's cool. That's an 8-9 pair, which is awesome. Do I think that helps me immediately in terms of the composition of this box? I'm not entirely sure. Excuse me. Oh, but don't we know some more things, right? The bad puns and the chill music, I'm sure. Speed solving? Wait, are you saying this isn't speed solving? I don't... What about this isn't... I'm moving at top speed here. I somehow just... My brain is so messed up, I was just convincing myself it was 11:30 at night. I don't know what is going on today. I had an appointment that was canceled, and I'm definitely one of those people, unfortunately, that if I have one appointment for 1 hour in the afternoon, my entire day is structured around it, and that appointment got canceled, and now I'm just lost. I'm just fully lost. So obviously the thing I should do is go use some power tools. Because that would be great. Anyway, we have some more. We need to follow that logic a little further, right? We can't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this this could only be 6 if it was 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? If this was 6, that's what this would have to be. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's not okay. So this is not 6, and this is not 6, and this could only be 5 if it was 5, 4, 3, etc., which would be a problem there. So that's not 5, and that's not 5. So that is cool. We have to place... Didn't give us the digit here though, like what are like odd, not odd, but are like remaining. Bummer, Skojo. What browser are you using? You know this crazy thing that if you does it do it on Twitch? You know this crazy thing that if you watch videos on YouTube in Chrome, they're like secretly AI upresed. If you watch old videos, I was watching something like, I don't remember what it was. It was just some very old video that had been on YouTube for a very long time. And I was thinking, like, this looks insane. Something about this looks fake or doesn't look real. and it's because Chrome was secretly AI upressing it. I don't think it's doing that to Twitch right now, or maybe it is. I don't know. I don't think do I stream at 720 and Twitch is doing weird things? Who can say? Or Chrome is doing weird things? Okay. Anyway, I feel like we learned a little bit about ourselves here today, right? But this is okay, I think. So we do need to deal with the 9, but we have confirmed that 9 and 8 are floating around. I don't think we know right this minute where they exist in other places. And we did confirm. What did we confirm? We didn't exclude anything else from here. But we did say that we know that there's a 5 and a 7. It's either 5-7 with a 3-4, or it's 5-7 with a 6-1. Because 5 and 7 would equal 12. We're trying to make 19, so we need 2 other digits to sum to 19, and then 21 with this 2. We got a 6-7 pair here, which is kind of interesting. So we know the 7 is, get out of here. We know the 7 is here. I'm probably looking at the wrong thing, but hey. I'm just glad to have made a tiny bit of progress. We know the 7 is in here because we know we know that we have 5-7 to make 12, and then we have another something to make the balance of it. Which was either 6-1 or 3-4. If it was 3-4, it'd have to be a 3-4 pair here. Sorry, 6-1. If it was 6... Well, the 3 would have to be here, at least. And then the 4 could be here. And if it's 6-1, then the 6 is here. And the 1 would have to be here. So either way, we kind of know the orientation of that. We know the 7. One of these is going to be an 8, which is going to squish these, which makes perfect sense because it's a 6-7 pair. So does that require... Yeah, so that means one of these is definitely a 7. And then the other 7 will be there. So then the opposing 7 will just be floating around. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm thinking about the wrong thing again. Did we get any new pressure on anything at all? Two is a little bit something. Didn't we learn something weird about a cage that we didn't know? Yeah, I learned that there's no 1s in 19 cages. That was an exciting fact in my life. 1, 2, 3. We got rid of the 4 because that was invalid. One of these is absolutely 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And one of them is 1. But that could still be an 8. Why did I say that couldn't be? One, well, these both see an 8. That's the problem. But the other one, couldn't they both be 8s? EggFriedCheese is never going to come again. After seeing how badly I'm doing on this puzzle, this is ridiculous. EggFriedCheese is going to be done with me. Never watch this person ever again. These are pretty constrained. And I mean, I guess they're constrained for a lot of reasons, but they're constrained just by virtue of seeing an 8-9 pair and a 6-7 pair and a 2. And we know what they can be from the perspective of the sums, right? Because they can be either 1-6 or they can be 3-4, but they're not a 6. So is that true that these are only 1? No, that's not true because they could have the 5. Sorry about that. They could have the 5. It can be 1, not 2. It can be 3, 4, 5. It can't be 6, 7, or 8, 9. So those are 1, 3, 4, 5, And this is the other part of that, which is not very good. We just know that one of these is 7. So I don't think that really helps anybody with anything. The 3s would be pushed here, but the 3s could still escape. One of these, I think, is definitely 7. So the other is definitely 8. So that's a little interesting. One of these has to be 8, 7, 6. Okay, I'm sorry. I see the tomatoes. I just want to think through this for 1 second, and then I'll look at these cages. I'm just thinking about 8, 7, 6. Right, one of these is an 8, and this has to go down. And because these only have 2 options, one of these is absolutely 8, 7, 6. So the side with the 8 definitely has a 6 here, and the side with the 9 definitely has the 7. So it'll have to be 9, 8, 7. So one of these is 8, 7, 6, and one is 9, 8, 7 for sure. But I don't know. I don't think that helps anybody. Is there something about this cage I need to appreciate? Maybe. Well, in terms of 7-ness, there's no... Okay, well, okay, yeah. Hang on. So one of these is 8, 7, 6. We just said. And one of these is 9, 8, 7. One is definitely 8, 7, 6. Right? Because this is going to be... That's all it could be. It doesn't have any other leeway. 8, 7, 6. And one of them is 9, 8, 7. So in both cases, we know where the 7s are, which is a little bit, I don't know if this is the right thing to look at, but it does rule 7s out of both of these. Right? Because in both cases, we know where the 7s are. Do we know... But we have to put... Oh. We have to put 9 somewhere. And we've already said 9 is not in an 11 cage. There's never a 9 in an 11 cage. We know the 9s aren't here. We know the 9s aren't here. So there's definitely a 9 in here. And that means we need 2 digits. Oops. Am I going to ignore that? Yeah, I'm going to ignore that. Sorry. There's definitely a 9 in here, right? It's not in there. There's a 9 in there. So we need 2 digits that... 2 digits that sum to 7. Which can be 1, 6, 3, 4, or 2, 5. The 9 is definitely down here. Definitely a 9 above or below there. Where is the 8? You can have an 8 and 11 cage only if it's 1, 2, 8. One of these is 8, 7, 6. One of these is 9, 8, 7. So nine, 8. Or 8, 7 means there's always there's always an 8 in here and always an 8 in here. We never thought this could be an 8. It's got a 9 in it. But just think about where 8s go. So 8 could never be here. Oh, gosh. Well, okay, of course. This has a 9 in it. There's a 9 in this. So there's definitely not an 8 in it. And that means the 8 is definitely over here. So that makes this 7. That's the 8. That's 9. And we said it's 876. We said it's 987. That places the 7, oops, in here. There's no 6 here. That is gone. Oh my gosh, a digit. Look, dude, we got hundreds of digits all at once. Okay. You guys are so supportive, and I feel like I'm moving so slowly. I really appreciate it. Like, I have digits on the board. What a shot. We know the 7 wants to live with a 5. Just thinking about that in terms of like, what else are we going to cram in here? Because it's getting a little crowded. Once we have an 8, we know the composition of this, right? It can only be 1, 2, 8 is the only way we're going to make 11, and we need a 2 in here. So this becomes a 1, 8 pair. That is going to take away the 1 from here. We've taken away the 1. We know that our possibilities here, we've taken away both 1 and 6. So the thing I'm being inarticulate about, we know the composition of this cage is it was either 7, 5 with 1, 6 or with 3, 4. So I guess the point of that is now we know these remaining digits are just 3, 4, 5. And we know, what else do we know? That is a 3, 4, 5 triple. So this just is a 1, 6 pair now. Is that what I'm trying to say? Possibly. Feels like maybe what I'm trying to say. And 2 up here. This is slightly interesting. Is that in the cage? I think it can be, right? It's okay to have a 2. Well, in fact, we need 1, 2, or 3, and we need 4, 5, or 6 to make everybody happy. Oh, did we place? We did. That is just the 9. So this is just 3, 4, 5. Is that true? 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Well, no, 3, 4, 5. I was going to say, is this roping? But obviously not. Is it not? It's definitely not. We do have a 3, 4, 5 triple though, and we have a 1, 6. So this is just 1, 2, 6, and that seems okay. I think we can live with that. It actually isn't, because if we put a 1 here, then this is if we put a 1 here, this is a 6, 9 pair, and that's broken. So that's not a 1. So that's the 1, and that's the 6 and a 1. And so this is 2 with 9, and we need 2 digits to go with 7 with, so that's 5. So that's 9, 5, which still seems okay. That knocks the 5 out of here, puts the 5 here, so we get our 5, 7, 2. That's hopefully gonna be okay. We lose the 5 here. We have a 4, 6, 3. Triple here. There's probably thermo logic I need to be considering, right? Am I just willfully ignoring thermometer situations? I knew we couldn't have a 3, 4, 5. 5 can only be here if there's a 6. 4 can only be here if a 5. 3 can only be here if there's a 4. So we do have some, right? This is never a 5. Yeah, okay. So this has to be less than this, obviously. So this is never 5. This is never 4. This is never 3. So we do get a 1, 2, 3, 4. We get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple now, and an 8, 9 pair at the bottom. Is that what just happened? And we need to place 2 in here somewhere. Did that really happen, or am I just... Wait a minute. I'm noticing Ollie. This is gonna be baffling because you weren't there. But is Ollie also an agent of oil and water? Am I being inundated with oil people? Where's the water people? I realize that's meaningless if you weren't. Oh, we have 8-9 pair here. So that puts a lot of pressure on this, right? So this has to be a 7. And this could only be a 3 if it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 does not work. So that is a 1. That's 6. We probably could have just done this and found had the same conclusions. This can never be a 4. I think it will have 1 degree of freedom in here. Is that true? Is that my water polo person? Okay, and then we get this this is free. We get this for free, right? Sorry, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I say free, but I feel like I've earned it. Okay, I feel like I have a tiny bit of momentum now. I'm gonna regret saying that out loud, but that's pretty constrained. That's pretty constrained. These other thermos are. We lose the 5 here, so we lose the 4 here. We lose the 3 here. We have the 7 and the 8. The 9's up there. The 5's down here. We lose this 6, which seems... What's this 5? Seems to not really do anything. We have 5, 6, 7, 8 here. So we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple with the 2 in the middle. Is this my water support happening? Just thinking about, there's a 1 in this 16 cage. That's exciting. 1 in a 16 cage that isn't here. So we need 2 digits to sum to 15, and there aren't, and 2 of them are right here. So we only have one way of doing this. So this is 1, 6, 9, right? That's the only way we're gonna get 16 here, and that's the 9. That's not a 9. That's a 5. That's a 9. 3. This is not a 6. That's 3, 4. We get a 3, 4 pair, so that's a 6. We also have a 1, 6 pair. That's a 3, 4. So we still have a little bit of room there, I think. So that sum is happy. This sum is happy. This sum I've gone out of my way to not think about. Did my mouse just die? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I can't even switch scene. This is embarrassing. I mean, it's fine that it died, but I can't. I don't have a shortcut to switch scene. Maybe I do. Did I set up scene switching shortcuts? I'm afraid to hit any buttons. I have to get up and get batteries, but what if I wasn't wearing any pants? What then? And I don't think there's anything just in my reach. Where is that keyboard? Hang on, I just got very confused. I mean, yeah, we could let's just do it. Just do the whole puzzle with keyboard. Kind of okay with that. I never liked this mouse anyway, but I am a little confused about where, there's definitely a wireless keyboard in here somewhere that has batteries in it, and it should be in front of my face. Is it okay to not wear, I know, I was a wired mouse person for a very long time, and then I had a terrible wireless mouse, and then, Draclin and Lifeisures bullied me into getting a fancy gaming mouse. So it's only because I succumbed to peer. But now I'm just baffled. It must be in the living room. It's gotta be in the living room. That's fine. I'll just do this puzzle with a keyboard. I don't care. Oh no. Am I gonna be able to? I'm trying to let you out of moderation, EggFriedCheese, but the can I do it? That is a lot of tabbing. I think I did it. Okay, sorry. Let me get back to the puzzle. Okay. We got this. Anyway, what was I even talking about? We're talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you see my... I thought I made this not happen. That it would show other programs on this screen. Well, anyway, you're seeing a weird 3D print. Halen McKenzie. That is an incredible name. How's it going, Halen McKenzie? Okay. My mouse batteries died and I can't be bothered to go get up and get them. So we're going to solve this puzzle with keyboard is what I'm saying. I don't really know how to do that. But, because I don't have a numeric keypad, but, well, this is a 1, by the way. You don't need a numeric keypad to see that. And this is also an 8-9 pair. And, nope. 8-9 pair? Nope. 8-9 pair. And that's an 8-9 pair. And that is the 8, and that is the 9. Not a 0. So now we need 2 digits that sum to 9, which I sort of accidentally predicted. 2 digits that sum to 9 that do not include 8, 7, or 6. So that is a 5-4 pair. And that is going to set this to a 3. And that is going to make this a... The song is also awful. Oh no, but I can't change it. Oh no. Okay. That seems to say this is a 4. And this is a 5. Now I'm worried I've made a mistake. I also don't know how to remove pencil marks with my keyboard. Well, we have a 4-5 pair, so this just is a 3. And this just is a 1, a 4. Maybe I should just switch to only using my keyboard for Sudoku. It's better. Look how fast I am. Incredible speed. This is way better. Who needs a mouse anyway? This is a 3, possibly? We need what here? A 7 and an 8? We need 7, 8, and what? 5? That's fine. Okay, sorry. I feel like I'm losing momentum now. What? We've got a lot of 1s in this puzzle. 1, 1, 1, 1. I think that's just a 1. This then is the 9. There's no 1 or 9 in here, but I don't know that I ever really thought there was. We do need 3 and 4. 3 is definitely up here. 4 and we had 2 in here. Where does that go? Is there a 2 in this cage? Nobody knows. It is impossible to say. There is an 8 up here though, right? There's definitely an 8 up here. So there's an 8 up here, so we need 2 digits that sum to why am I getting egged? Did I do something silly? Whoa, that's weird. Who's disabling my Steam authenticator? That's concerning. Wait, someone trying to break into my Steam account? Great, awesome. Hopefully it's someone in my family. Okay, sorry. We know there's an 8 up here, so we need 2 digits that sum to 11. Which is not 2, 9. And it is not... Wait, sorry, let me say this again. I believe there's an 8 up here. So there's 2 digits that sum to 11 that are not 2, 9, that are not 8, 3, that are not 7, 4. So is this 8, 5, 6? Is that right? Oops. Like, are these my only options up here? 5, 6, 8 as a way to make 19 in 3 digits, knowing there's an 8 up there, because I can't have a 9. I can't have 7, 4. I can't have 8, 3. I think that's true. So that is a 5. That's a 6, 8 pair. So that is a 7. That's a 6. That is a 4. That is a 5. The real problem is when it's going to come time to stop the stream and I can't. Oh my gosh, we got a 3 in the corner. A 2. And then down here we have 9, 2. 2 is just there. We have 9, 7. That's the 9. That's the 7. That is a number known as 5. No, it's not at all. It's not at all. It's 4. That's 3, 4. So we have that 6, 8 pair up there. In this column, we still need 9 and what? 3? Good scanning. That's 3, 8, that's 9. We have a 9 in our 20 cage. So once again, we need 2 digits that will sum to 11. That is 8. That's 9. Right? We need 2 digits that sum to 11 that don't use... 1 would never be in there. We don't have 9, 2. We don't have 8, 3. We don't have... I just got very confused looking at the top and was like, wait, that sums to 14, but that's still right. Sorry. Do we have 7, 4? Is that all we have down here? Basically, we need a high digit and a low digit, right? We do have to put 5 somewhere. Where does that go? Not in here, because 5 would have to go with 6. Okay, I'm sorry, I keep reiterating this. We need 11 in 2 digits, and that is not 9, 2. It is not 8, 3. It is not 6, 5. So it is 4, 7. Do we agree with that? Hope so. That's a 4. That's a 7, an 8, a 7, a 5. The other 5 ends up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the last digit, also known as 8. Disambiguate this. Okay, that was lovely. Egg, that was so... Ooh, I love that. I've never seen the 3 in the corner. Emoji. You guys are all great. Egg, I really enjoyed that. I think that I'm embarrassed that it took me so long to see the interplay of like the escaped thermo digit, but that was really nice. And then I feel like everything flowed really nicely from that. It was nice to, like, you know, see as things got pushed into the cages, how they unraveled. Like it was a very enjoyable puzzle. I would like to do another puzzle. It just has to be relatively quick. So I'm a bit low on time, but you know what? Okay, let's do this plan. Okay, I can do this with the keyboard. I'm gonna go put batteries in my mouth and get a drink of water. And then if you want to share another grid, I'll come back and look at it. And if it feels like a grid I can do in 45 minutes or so, then I will absolutely give it a shot. So I will be right back. That was the wrong thing. I went to the wrong thing. You almost saw that maybe I was not wearing pants. Who could say? I don't know. You maybe think that I went and put on pants, but it is just as likely that I was wearing, sorry, the color. Just as likely that I was wearing pants and then I took them off. Like there's no way of knowing. Don't look out there, it's where I keep my pants. Okay, you have a new, okay, wait, actually, first we have to rate this puzzle, right? Still had Blobz Sexy Vampire up. Ooh. Speaking of sexy vampires, I've nothing really. I was just thinking about Baldur's Gate. I liked Historian reasonably well. I mostly didn't play as Historian, but you know, I get it. I'm just gonna call it average because I call everything average because it's too far. I'm gonna say very nice. It's very nice. Good job. Love it. Okay, this puzzle here. Look at all those white Kropke dots. I see X's and V's. I'm in. I love it. I love X's and V's. Unless there's some like insane secret constraint here that's gonna make me mad. Okay, let's do it. Eggs first rodeo. So we got white Kropke dots, which I'm a fan of. Second only, white Kropke dots are like in my top 2 Kropke dots. Black Kropke dots I prefer. White ones number 2, and then you get all the weird ones that show up sometimes, like orange ones or whatever. Everybody loves a good killer cage. XV might be my favorite. They're so simple, but the way that X's and V's can like interact with other stuff is so cool. Okay, shoot. I have to actually send that. Should have known. It's nephews. Okay, hopefully this does not cause disasters. Negative constraint. Sometimes I like a negative constraint, and then I forget all about them. These are very bold X's and V's. These are bolder than usual. Okay, eggs first rodeo. I'm ready, and we're gonna start with V's because is there only one V? Okay, I'm sad, but oops, no fun. We know this is a low digit. That means we know this is also a low digit because it's got to be sequential with a low digit, and it's not 5, which is exciting. So we have 2 low digits. We also know one of these is a low digit. We have 2 pretty low digits. I'm going to resist using the killer cage tool unless I just end up moving super slow. $22 cages. Oh, they are all 22 cages. Well, look at that. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by one of my nephews. Okay, so the thing I was just going to think about is this obviously sums to 5. So if that is true, we have to have 2 digits that sum to 17, right? This sums to 5. So we have 2 digits to sum to 17, and that's only 8 and 9. That's all that can be. And that means this has to be 1 or 2. And it can't be 1 because of that given digit. So that is 2. That's 8. That's taking 2 out of the running on the V, which takes the 3 out of the running on the V. Takes a 2 out of the running here. 1 is not sequential with anything in this cage. And 4 is not sequential with anything in this cage. 3 is sequential with 4. We got it again. We get a 9 here, which is always sequential with an 8. And then to round things out, we have 6 and another number, 6 and 7. That was a satisfying start. I'm very satisfied. Eyes are drawn over here, but I think for a second where I want to look next. Like, this is crazy. This is something wild is happening here, which is exciting. We do know there's an 8 in here for sure. Oops. If 8 were here, they'd be part of the 8, 7. This can't be 8, right? Well, there is some crazy world where these are the same digits and these are the same digits. So either this is a loop, right? Like it's a sequence that's going to go around in a circle, like 3. No. Wait, it can't do that. It obviously can't do that. It can't go like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has to go something like 3, 4, 3, 4, right? So these are. Is that true? How have I never seen that? Is that true only 3 days ago? These are great. You're doing great. Very impressed. I feel like I've never seen this emerge before. But is this fair to say that these are the same digit? Because otherwise you're trying to make a loop, and a loop doesn't make any sense unless you're doing like, what's that constraint where things wrap around? I saw a bunch of tomatoes hit me in the face. Did I do this incorrectly? Excuse me. I'll see. Okay, am I wrong? Am I wrong here? Because I want to use that to say that this can't be 8. But now I'm afraid that that's not true. Now I'm afraid. I mean, if I would be effectively saying that this definitely is. It's 8, 8, and 7, 7. Oh, it couldn't be 7, 7. Hang on. I don't think it can be 8. Well, right. No matter what, even regardless of all that, if I put an 8 here, what goes here? It's either 7 or 9, and it can't be either. So this is definitely not 8. So this is, and that's a 6, 7 pair. So this is an 8, 9 pair. One of them is in the big cage. That does. So we need 4 digits. Four digits that sum to 14. But just thinking for a second about where 9 goes. So 9 is up here somewhere, but you can't put 9 here because then that would be 8. And I was just trying to decide, could you have 8 and 9 in a 22 cage? If you have 8 and 9, like if you tried to say that this was an 8, 9 pair, that would be 17. And then you would need 3 digits to sum to 5, and that would never work. So this is the 9. Also, this is madness. Okay. So we know quite a lot about where our 8s and 9s go. What else do we want to think about? There's no 7 in this world. I'm just looking at given digits. We do know there's a 1 over here. 1 would have to be next to 2, but at this moment that seems okay-ish. This is probably a bit constrained. It's never a 5, but it's also not 9, 1, or 2, 8. So this is either 3, 7, or 6, 4, right? Because it can't be. 5 is never on an X. It's not 1, 9. It's not 8, 2. So it's 3 with 7 or 6 with 4. But if you can't have a 4 here, then you can't have a 6 here. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, no 4 here means no 6 here. No 7 here means no 3 here. So we end up with 4, 7, or 3, 6. This one's a little more constrained, but digits can escape to the other side. So we know it's not 5. But this one still could be 2, 8. I guess. This digit has to be sequential with, these have to be different digits. So this digit has to be between these two digits. So this digit and this digit have to be the same, right? I think these are the same digit. I think that's what I think. I think that. Is it true? I don't know. This digit is in the middle of a sequence. This digit is in the middle of a sequence. So this has to be a run of digits that is a bit constrained. It could be 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6. But anything beyond that, there would be woes. 7 can't go here, actually, right? If I tried to put a 7 here, I guess those could both be 6. Never mind. It was not a true statement. Okay, sorry. Definitely losing the thread a little bit. You're not 4s. You're not 4s. We think there could be a 4 up there. These digits being the same is a little bit interesting, right? Oh, because that makes that even more constrained. By a little bit. This not being able to be a 2 or a 5 means this digit is not. I think these are the same digit. I hope that's true. But it means they're not 1 or 2. It could be 3 or 4. They're not 5. They could be 6 or 7. They're not 8 or 9. So this is basically 3, 4, 6, 7.
I thought you'd think so. I was a model back in Texas.
I'm sure there's an easy way to see these things. Sequential digit that goes in this 22 cage. Oh, this is a 4. So this is a 3 or a 5, which I probably should have talked about hundreds of hours ago. Are there any other things like that that I just completely missed? I said it was okay for that to be 1, 2. This is a bit constrained. I have the 8, 9 there. I like this. This like gappy sequential is really, that's crazy, actually. That's really cool. Like this sequence of pairs. This path of pairs. I like that, Egg. Sorry, you're saying these don't have to be the same digit? $24 and 5, how's it going? Wait, I'm sorry, Skojo, I lost the thread of what you were talking about. You're saying these don't have to be... Oh, yeah, of course. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. You're right. There's one diagonal that matches. At least one diagonal matches, right? But these don't have to. One way or the other. Right. But this is true. I think that this has to be sequential. It's going to be a sequence that curves one way or the other. Okay. Yeah, sorry. That makes total sense. One of these will be the same digit, but it's not a requirement that they both are. That is helpful. Okay, I'm sorry. What are we doing here? This is a sequence of 3. We do have an L-shaped sequence here, 2 of which go into the 22. It's not 7, 8, or 9. 376. Okay, I know I'm slowing down. I apologize. Okay, back up top, I think, is where I felt like we had stuff going on, right? We had stuff going on up here. So we have this array of 4 digits, and we're going to have some array of digits over here, 2 of which have to be sequential. Maybe that's not very hard. This is a little more gappy. Those are 2 sequences. This sequence, 5, 6, 7. I mean, this just is 1, 2, 3, 4, right? That is what is available to us down here. And this, what does that mean? I feel like I'm moving slowly, so I'm just peeking in here. Forgive me. I just wanted to see if there was some like totally non-obvious thing included. I mean, we know there's a high digit, but there's very clearly a high digit. So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4. This digit, both of these have to be sequential with it, but they don't have to be the same unless these digits are the same. This digit, well, this digit is very mildly interesting because it's not in the cage and it's not here, and we know it's not 8 or 9. So this digit is here somewhere. And so it's down here somewhere. Okay, so what? This can't be very high. This can only be as high as 5. So, 6 and 7 can't be in here. It means I can't have 6 or 7 in here. I mean, the silly way to just pencil mark it would be like this. And it would be the same thing here. Obviously, there's no 1s or 4s here because of the row. But more, the thing I'm thinking about specifically is 6 and 7. Well, we can also see this is just going to be 6, 7, and what? The other part of the 2, 3, 5, I guess. So, okay, but the thing I was just thinking about is we know that 6 and 7 are up here somewhere, along with the other low digit. And that means that we can't not have 6 here. Because if we try to put 6 here, then we're going to have 7, and 6 would be here, and 8 would be here, and that would be bad. So 6 is in here. I'm sure there's smoother ways to see these things, but hey. We also know that these digits come from 5, 6, or 7. So this digit can only be 5, 6, or 7. This has a 6 on it, so it can only be 5, 6, or 7. So we get a 5, 6, 7 triple, and that's not a 5. And this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. Does that mean anything to anyone on Earth? Is that true? Oh yeah, okay, well, yes, I could just think about it properly. and have it actually, yes, actually consider things, but that would not be exciting. I instead wanted to think through this overly convoluted 5, 6, 7 thing. But okay, right. 5, what does 5 go next to in here? Does it go next to anything? 5 is not sequential with anything in this cage. I eliminated the 4 somehow. How did I do that? Oh, because of that 4. Right. So that is a 2, 3 pair. That is 5, 6, 7. So this is the rest of the 5, 6, 7 triple. 2. We know one of these has got to like cross pollinate, right? This is a weird way to put it, but I know I'm making it complicated. I was just thinking about it in terms of what we were saying earlier, is that at least one of these is the same digit, and just thinking through now, is it just a requirement that they are for this to be 2 and this to be 3? Like this could be 1, 2, 3. That could be 4, 3, 2. So no, it's not. It's not required. This could be a 1 if it's next to a 2. It could be a 2 if it's next to a 3. It could be 3 if it's next to a 2. It could be 4 if it's next to a 3. So I think that, yeah. I don't know. This ends up being some dumb thing where it's like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but it's not 8. So it is high-ish. Still a 1 to place in the world somewhere. Up here. 4 could be here. There's a 1 up here. So there's definitely a 1 down here. Is that true? Sorry. Yes, there is a 1 up here. So there is a 1 down here. So this is not a 1. I know I'm making it too complicated. I know it. I already knew this wasn't a 1. Why did I have to do that? Because I said there was a 1 up here, so obviously there was not a 1 down there. Oh my goodness. There's also definitely a 4 up here, right? There's certainly a 4 up here somewhere, so that's not a 4. So we have ended up with these two are the same, but we could still have 4, 3, 2. Is that right? There is definitely a 4 down here. Oops. That's not here. One of these is definitely a 4. If 4, 5, 6, 7, there's a 1 in there. There's a 2, 3 pair here. Oh no, do I have to just think about math? We definitely have 5 of our 22. So we have 3 digits to sum to 17, one of which is 8 or 9. So these need to sum to 8 or 9. So the 7 would have to go with a 2 or a 1. The 6 would have to go with a 2 or a 3. So I think this can't be 6. Right? Because if this was a, this is 5 already. And that's going to be 5 plus 8 or 5 plus 9. So it's going to be 13 or 14. I feel like I said something wrong. We had 22. We subtracted 5 to get 17. We subtract 8 or 9. We have 8 or 9 left over, right? Be 13 plus 9 or 14 plus 8. So this needs to sum to either 8 or 9, and 6 is never going to work because 6 would have to add 2 or 3. So it's not 6. And 5 would have to add 3 or 4. Couldn't have the 3, but I guess it could have the 4. I already knew there wasn't a 6 there. I said it a long time ago that there was definitely a 6 in here. I already said that. Good grief. Hundreds of years ago, I said that. And then I forgot all about it. Totally forgot it. But now we have some convoluted logic to back it right up. 4 is in here. The other part of the 5, 6, 7 is in here. The part that isn't pink. I should probably just look at a different place in the puzzle, huh? Well, like this is also 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it's not 4. So those are low-ish. This is going to be high or low. I think at this moment, like it still feels like I'm not quite done up here, but I think I'm just making a mess of things. We know that if this is a 5, then this has to be 3 or 4, and it can't be 3. So that's a 5, that's a 4. If it's a 7, it has to be 2 or 1, but it can't be 2, so it's a 1. So, like, I think this is the correct composition of this cage. But I don't know if that really means anything in the world. We have a 4 in this 22 cage and another low-ish digit. I mean, that could be as many as 9. Okay, well, sorry. I feel like I spent a ton of time looking over here. Okay, Egg says at least I'm not off. Yeah, I don't know. What in the world? Who knows what I've done here? Helio, I don't know why I say these things and then remember them an hour later after convoluted logic to try to figure it out, but hey, here we are. You. At a certain point, I just have to stop apologizing and say, like, hey, you people signed up for this. We still don't quite know this, though. This could be 2 with 3s, and then that makes this either 2 or 4, or it could be 1 with 2s, and that makes this either 1 or 3. So, yeah, I don't feel like I quite... I think I just need to look somewhere else. Think about that pink digit. Everybody likes that. Nobody likes the pink digit. It's not a good digit. We got the 1 we talked about. I need some, like, vertical constraints I feel like would be helpful to me in my life. We could also just pick a totally different part of the puzzle to think about. Started making slight inroads here. We certainly know this is not a 2 or a 3 or a 7. And that's exciting. 6, 7. What's missing? 8. Could still do 2 8 there, which is a heartbreaking situation. It's just a truly tragic set of circumstances. We know that what do we know about the world? Do I need to think about the sum of this? It's just, this is either between 5 and 9, so it's just a lot of leeway. Could think a little bit about five, 6, 7, the 4. I feel like I missed something up here. I feel like I missed some just extraordinarily obvious thing again. These digits are sequential. I don't know. I don't know about up there. Was sound insane. I appreciate it, Helio. Okay, I feel like this is not... I feel like that first puzzle didn't go so badly. And now I feel like I'm off track. So I think I just need to look somewhere else. Let's go like dive down into the corner or something. I mean, we've confirmed that basically you can cram anything you want into a 9. That's just anything you want. Sorry, into a 22 cage. You can cram a 9 in. We're a bit constrained because of that 4, but not outrageously so. You know. We also do know there's a low-ish digit, but I think that's also kind of required. So that is also not tremendously helpful, and we can still have high digits. So, where do I want to look? This digit is kind of interesting because it sees 1 and 2. We said this could be 3, 4, or 6, 7, right? I think is what we said this could be. Because it sees 1 and 2 and 5 and 8 and 9. So I think we said that could be 3, 4, 6, 7. This has to be a run, though. So if it is a run, meaning this, we have to have a sequence that this sequence of digits is also this sequence of digits, I think. So this digit has to be something that allows for that. So superficially, you would look at this and be like, this could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that would be very sad. But it can't be 8, and it also can't be 2, because the only way this could be a 2 is if this was a 1, and that can't work. Can I decide if it goes up or down? These can't be 7s, because for those to be 7s, these would... No, they could. Sorry. You could still have 7, 6, 5, and that would be okay. You could go down here, but you're not going up, because the 8 can't be in there. So just thinking about 8 per second. I don't know if they have anything useful to say about 8 yet, actually. 8 could be here and have a 2, or 8 could be here and just be nobody's problem. It seems like at this moment you could have an 8, 9 here or here. Oh, no. This can't be 7, then 6. Because then that would be 7, 6, and it would break this. So this can't be 7. Right? Because it would have to be 7, then 6, and that would break. So these aren't 7. This can't be 6. This can't be 7, because then that would be 6. It would be 6, 7, 8, which doesn't work. So that's not 7. So we almost have a direction for it, at least. It could be 3, 4, 5. It could be 4, 5, 6. But it could also be 4, 3, 2. Oops. And it could be 6, 5, 4. Or that's all. So that's 2, 4, 5, or 6. And 8's already not in there. 9's obviously not. But now 7 is not. A lot of 6s. But you don't have to have them, because you could have 2, 3, 4. Or 3, 4, 5 or something. It's not, we're not forced to have a 6 here. Just thinking a little bit about polarity, which I don't think is really the right thing to think about. But we know we have 3 low digits. So on this X, there's really only one option for something to be low, but that doesn't, I don't think that quite matters. Because we don't know if this is low. Three, 4, 6, 7, 8. Like, it's just too much. I mean, this is obnoxious, but this, I mean, what I'm doing is obnoxious. The puzzle isn't. I'm being obnoxious. This ends up being 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. I'm just trying to think about that in terms of what goes on over here, but it's not very useful. 3 needs a 7, 4 needs a 6, 6 needs a 4, 7 needs a 3, 8 needs a 2. It just doesn't. What exciting things am I missing this time? This digit is not cool. This digit is a little cool because this digit is here or here, and it's possibly on this line. Shoot. Okay, I definitely did not. Definitely running out of time. Okay, sorry, I'll be right back. I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, we're gonna finish this now. I just saw Helio's suggestion, and it's very obvious that yes, I should think about this. There's an X in this cage. That's 10 of our 22 digits are eaten alive, which that's a lot. So then we need 3 digits to sum to 12. So how do we do that? 3 digits to sum to 12. If this was okay, so let's think about it this way. We have a 22 cage. We're subtracting 10 from it. We have 3 digits that are going to sum to 12, right? If this was a 6, this would have to be a 5, and that would be an 11. Plus 10 is 21, and that would have to be a 1. So this is definitely not a 6. If this was 10, so if we tried to make 12, well, it's the same problem here. If we try to have a 6, wait, how did I still have 6 in here? It could never be 6. What? Why was there a 6 in here? Why did I think I could have a 6 in here? Was that just an insane pencil mark? Or did I like reduce something and then not do that? 6 is not sequential with anything in here. Wait, what is going on over here with olive sandwiches? I wanted an olive sandwiches. I love olive sandwiches. Okay, I'm sorry. So what are we thinking about now? So we were just thinking about like what this could be. I even went through the options. Like 3, 4, 5 would make this 9. That'd be 19, and this would have to be a 2, which seems okay. 4, 3, 2 would be 5. That'd be 15. This would have to be a 6. 4, 5, nothing. So this is either 3, 4, 5. That was 9. It's not 3, 2, 1. It's 4, 3, 2. 3, 4, 5. 4, 3, 2. 6, 5, 4. I feel like I've lost the thread here a little bit. This is 6. This is 5, 4, 19. And this is a 2. Right? But if this was 3, that's kind of weird. So if this is 6, this is 4, 5, and this is a 2, right? If this is 6, this is 4, 5. Sorry, if this is 6, this is 6, 5, 4. That's 9. That's 10. This is a 2. If it is 3, it's 3, 4, 5. That's 9. So this is also a 2. But if it's 4, it's 4, 3, 2, and it's a 5. 4. It's 4, 3, 2. Is that the only other option? That's a 5. That's 15. Sorry, did I say that was a 6 earlier? I should have said it was a 7. Then that's a 7. So this is either 4, 5 with a 2, and then 2 digits that sum to 10. 4, 5 with a 2, or 3, 2 with a 7. So there's always a 2. So there's no 2 here. Oops. And if there's no 2 here, there's no 8 here. And that places the 8. There's had to have been a simpler way to do that. There had to have been a simpler. Was there? Oh no, incorrect. What did I do? Uh-oh, sorry. What did I do wrong? I need to. Is heat working? Sorry. What did I do? Wait, did I not? I thought I corrected myself on that. Did I not? I thought I restated it. Oh my gosh, you're right. Oh my gosh. So bad. I don't know why in my mind I thought it was a 21 cage. And then I corrected myself on one way and not the other. That is very embarrassing. I'm sorry. It's either, but we said this is either a 9 or a 5. That I feel like we're right on, right? This, how did I have a 6 here? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me run through that logic again because I definitely did. I think I'm on the right track. I just am bad at arithmetic on stream. So, sorry. We said that this is 10. These 3 digits are going to sum to 12. And if I have a 6 here, it has to go with the 5, which is 11 plus 12. Sorry, 11 plus 10. No, I did this wrong. How did I do this so wrong? I'm sorry. 6 is still wrong, right? 6 is still wrong. 1, there should just never be a 6 here. I don't know. 6 is not sequential with anything in here. So that should never be a 6. And then if this is 6, this is a 5. That is 11. That is 21. To make 22, I would need a 1. So the 6 is out. So I think that's all sound. And then this is either 4 and 5 or 5 and 4. Like if it is 6, it's 5, 4. And if it is 3, it is 4, 5. And so it is definitely a 9 in that case, or it's a 5. So 9, I don't know why. Yeah, I just am bad at arithmetic. In that case, it's 9 plus 10 is 19. And we're trying to make 22, not 21. So that would be a 3. And then if it was a, or it's 4, 3, 2, and that's a 5, it's 15, and that would be a 7. How am I so bad at arithmetic? Oh my gosh. Okay. Anyway, if it is, okay, did I correct that? I don't know why. I'm on record saying I'm incapable of doing arithmetic on stream. I don't know what it is about my brain. Like the part of my brain that is like monitoring the stream, like is making sure that the stream is working, is apparently the part that's also responsible for arithmetic. And if I can't do both, it's one or the other. Either the stream works or it's an embarrassing day, man. Egg, you show up here, you're off to in only your first and second rodeos. I'm already impressed, and I'm just doing such a bad job with your puzzles. It's a crisis. Okay, what did I actually say here? Did I actually say anything meaningful? I said that if this is 4, 5, this is a 3. And I said that if it's 2, 3, it's a 7. So it's actually 3, 7 that is removed from here. Is that right? I have moved 3, 7. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. Like, I know it's bad. I will say, actually, Helio, on this being a quintessential Scott stream, I've gotten somewhat less distracted. I haven't gone on like some 5-minute diversion about something. I'm prepared to at the drop of a hat. I've got. You want to talk? What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about these new opto isolators I got? Let's talk about them because they're ready. They're just right here. Got all these diodes. It's a silly way to order diodes. It was the fastest way to get them. I'm ready to go. I can talk about. Oh, Egg, I appreciate that. can talk about the Figaro is going well, although I went through all this trouble to build a Baltic birch and enclosure and then coat it in polyurethane, and now I think I've decided I don't like the way it looks, so I'm going to either try to strip that and prime it and paint over it with acrylic, or I'm just going to rebuild it. I don't know. Falling apart. Okay. I do like... I went much of my life thinking it was balsamic because somehow I thought basil was involved instead of balsamic, which sounds like it's made of balsa wood. So that's good news. Did we actually learn anything? We removed like 3-7 from here. That was the thing that we did. So this is either 4-5 with a 3, in which case this is 4-5 with a 3, in which case this has to be 8-2 because we can't have the 4-6, or it's 2-3 with a 7. Well, that's annoying. So it's either the 2 or the 4 is going to decide what goes on here, right? Is that what we're saying? Just like making sure for a second I'm not breaking some fundamental rule of repeating digits. So it's 4-5, 8-2, and 3 is okay. And 2-3 and 7 and 4-6 is okay. So this can still be 2-3-4. It can be 4-5-6. Two, 3, 4, or 4, 5, 6, or 5, 4, 3. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3. So there's always a 4 in here somewhere. Is that true? It's 4, 3, 2. There's always a 4 in there. I don't know if I care about that. Oh wait, is that what we were just talking about? That's what, yeah. I was just talking about this. About fournesses. If I don't have a 4, so there's always a 4 here, and if the 4 isn't, there's always a 4 here. It's, well, 2, 3, 4 puts the 4 on that, or the 4 is in here. It puts a 4 on my white dots. But does that solve the world in some way? You can see there's always a 4 required there. Kind of forgot about this. That's quite a lot of pressure on this if this is 4, 6, then this is definitely 3. And this is definitely 8. And then this is definitely 3. And this is definitely 4. This is definitely 5. And if it's 7, 3, nobody cares. Always a 4 here. I mean, I'm sure that I'm just missing some obvious deduction here. But if the 4 escaped from the box, then what are the implications? I'm not forced to have a 4 in here, right? Because 4 can be up here. Cool if 4 was forced in here. Oh, but if the 4 isn't in there, then it's definitely in here. Is that true? If the 4 is out here, then this is 3, 2, and this is 7, and this is 6, 4. So the 4 is either here or it's here. Is that a true statement? And is there a reason that that's not? Is there something that forces that one way or the other that I'm? Because it's possible for those all to be 4, right? Or did I have that backwards? This is 4, 4, 4, 4. This is 4, 3, 2, 6, 4, 7. In that scenario, these are all 4s. In fact, that's the only way it can work. If this is 4. But if the 4, 5 pair is here, then this is 6 or 3. This is an 8, 2 pair. And then this is 3. But these could be 6 or 3. I'm sure I'm missing something very, very obvious. Are we talking about removing 4 from here? Is that what we're talking about? Like, is there a scenario where this could ever be 4? I see. There's always a 4 in this, and this digit effectively sees all 3 of these digits because this digit is the same as this digit. So that's never a 4, so that's never a 6. Is that what we're talking about? What does that do? 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Was that true? Was that actually right? Okay. Sorry. Oh my gosh, it's really pulling teeth today. What did we learn from that? So we got a 6, 8 here. So it's either 2, 4 or 6, 8. Good boy. I just thinking about, I mean, what goes here, what it will see. This digit is up here. Gosh, I really feel every stage of this, I feel like I'm really struggling. Where did 9 go in here? Not in here because I guess it still could be, right? The 8 could escape. Sorry, if that's 6-4, there's definitely not sorry, yeah. If that's 6-4, then 8 is definitely on the outside. So I was just trying to think if this could be what this could be. It's not a 1. It's not a 4. Oh boy. How'd this happen to me? What have we not thought about in this box? We definitely haven't, like 9s are a whole thing. We put 9 somewhere in this world. Just feels like there's still some possibility that these are like 8 9s. We know there's a 4 here. That is the thing that everybody knows that. So this is not 4, 8, or 1. And this is not 4, 8, or 1. Just really having a really hard time like following one foot in front of the other on this one. Oh my gosh, I'm so past time, but that's okay. So let's just talk about what we just learned. The things we actually just learned were we reduced some 4-ness. Still feels like there's a world where this is a 3-2. Maybe 4-5. If there's a 3 here, there is always a 4 there. There need not always be a 3. We need to talk about 9. We need to talk about 7. Oh, 7, which is definitely over here. Is that true? 7 is here or here. There's something else that I've just totally glossed over that can only go in one place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 is here or here. What are the implications of? Did something bad happen if we tried to do 4, 6 here? We get a 3 here. If we tried to when we try to do 4, 6 here. Oh my gosh. 4, 6 here meant that this was definitely a 3. That's 4, 6. These are definitely 3s. So this is 4, 5. This is 8. So we have 4, 6, 3, 8. And the 7 ends up here. That doesn't seem like a problem. We do 7, 3. These are both 6. And this is 8, 2. This is 5, 4. 7, 3. Ugh, I'm sorry. Good grief. So just like more places to think. I hesitate to leave here after we put so much thought in. Oh, I forgot about this whole party, didn't I? Forgot all about that party. That it is 4 different pairs and only one person escapes it. Can I do anything with that yet? The escaper. That's fair. Okay, no, that is okay. Reasonable. We did talk about this before, and then I kind of forgot about it. But we did. Okay, right. We talked about this a little bit about there's gonna be some these are gonna be pairs, and there's gonna be one person that escapes, right? And if you think about it, we know this because we're just doing oil and water puzzles. When you pair up evens and odds, there's gonna be an extra odd digit. So whatever happens here, we're gonna claim 4 of our even digits and have a creep on the loose. Some kind of creep is going to be on the loose. So that would 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 is our odd creep, just peeping through windows, just total weirdo. And then it's not 1, 3 because we see 1, 3 in the world. So that does end up being 5, 7, or 9. Not 8, which is a little bit interesting because that was one of the things we were sort of concerned about. We know these are going to pair up. This is either going to be 3, 4. This is either 3 with a 4, or it's 4 with a 3, or it's 5 with a 6. Just thinking about who's left. Like this rolls the 2, 3 pair out of this. Gosh, we almost got that. Am I jumping around too much? This one doesn't have 7 or 8. Just thinking like where people can live. This is either 2 evens or 2 odds. But I think that works out, at least right at this moment. We were thinking about high-low parity a little bit, where we have a low digit, a low digit, and a low digit. And one of these has to be low. Which you could just see it's going to be the 3 or the 4 that isn't here is going to be here, but it spans a box, so it's not super useful. And similarly, we have a high digit, and a high digit, but the same problem's going to happen. So this is going to be like a high-low thing. think. Three, four. Should I be looking somewhere else? Helio's always looking up for me. Did I do something totally insane in box 3? It felt like I it felt like I lost the thread a little bit, right? It feels like we did some stuff and then somewhere I lost the thread a little in box 3. So it does not surprise me if box 3 is feeling a little incomplete. Helio was just asking about column 1 though. And that's an interesting question. Oh, that is a very interesting question, actually. That is a very interesting question. So we do have to place. There's in our kind of unconsidered boxes. In our unconsidered boxes, we have 2 sequential digits, and 1 is one of the things we haven't considered. And so there is a possibility. We said like, okay, maybe 1 goes here, right? Like you could put 1 here, but if you put 1 here, then the only remaining places for 2s are on a dart. This is a really good thing. That was a good spot, Helio. Excuse me. The only place you could put 2 is on a dot, and it can't be next to 3. So it would be broken. So we know 1 has to be on a dot. So that forces a 1-2 pair there, which is interesting because I think we're forcing a 2 in here. Didn't we kind of know something about that? Right? We've forced a 2 in there. There's something about this dot and like 3s and 4s, I think, but well, we already know 3, 4 is not in there, but sorry, this box. And so that knocks out 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a pretty high digit. In fact, that is all of our low digits. So we only have like high digits and 5. So what do we know about that? Could be 1 low digit in here. I really am wondering what I missed over here because it feels like I got like right up to a piece of logic. I don't know. So, okay, in terms of highs and lows, we have all of our low digits. And we don't necessarily have all of our high digits because 5 is still ambiguous. But Helio just pointed something out interesting. As we said here, every one of these dots is going to be an odd even pairing. So we know that one of these is going to be odd and one of these is going to be even. And we've spoken for the 2 and we've spoken for the 4. So the even digit on this is either 6 or 8. So we know there's a 6 or 8 is on here somewhere. We don't know where, but it pairs with this, right? So in other words, there's definitely an even digit here. It's not 2 and it's not 4. So 6 or 8 lives here, and it's the brother of this, right? Let me just work through it on my mind to make sure I believe this is true. There's definitely an even digit here. That even digit is not 2 and it's not 4. So it's either a 6 or 8. And it's this invisible pair that is pairing with this 6 or 8. So this can't be a 6 and this can't be a 6. Is that what we're saying? That seems to be what we're saying. And I mean, just to complete that thought, I mean, that would be a lot of pencil marking. but it's 6, 8 can go with 5, 7, or 9, which is not that useful, but the 6, 8 pair part is very useful. So we had said repeatedly that this was either 3, 4, 5, or, I'm sorry, 4, 3, 2. 3, 4, 5, or 4, 3, 2. That means this is not the 4, because we had 6, 5, 4 to get the 4. So that's 2 or 5. So we definitely know one of these is 4. 5 goes with the 4. 2 goes with the 3. So we never have a 5 in here. So we get a 3, 4 pair here. The 4, 5 still goes with the 3. The 3, 2 still goes with the 7. It's definitely 3, 4. A 1, 2. What? There's a 6 or an 8 in here. I don't know that I should pencil mark the others, but this digit is not 3 or 4 or 6 or 8. This digit sees a 1. It's not 3, 4 because of that pair. It's not 6, 8 because of the invisible 6, 8 pair. So that digit is 2, 5, 7, 9. Definitely an 8 here or here, and there's definitely 6 here or here. There's definitely 6. So what are we saying now? Nine, 8 means this is a 6. So if we try to put a 9 here, well, this is definitely not 6, 7 because that would break this. But it could still be 5, 6 or 7, 8 or 8, 9. We do have a 2, we have the 2s aligned. 8 down here. That 3, 4 pair. 5, 7, 9 being out of here means there's one of these is definitely a 1, 2 pair. One of them is definitely a 6, 7 pair. Sorry, is this true? Definitely a 1, 2 pair over here. Not a 6, 7 pair. That was not true. There's definitely a 1, 2 pair. Definitely an 8, but okay, yeah, that's the problem. Just saying, I was just trying to work out where the evens are, but I don't know that I know. What did we say about this? We said that if this is 4, 5, this is 2, 6. I'm sorry. No, we didn't. We said if this is 4, 5, this is 8, 2. Sorry. And if it is 3, 2, then it's 6, 4. If this is a 3, this is a 7. This is a 4. This is a 3. Five, 6. 6, 7 is no good. Sorry, it's just moving so slowly. Glacial. I haven't thought about this place much. This needing to be in the middle of a sequence. A little interesting, but I don't know that we know enough about it to really be. I mean, it's not a 1, and it's not a 9. But as far as what's left over here, 23. So that's 23. So then we have 4 digits to make 22. I don't know. That's very interesting. I don't know. What did I do? What have I done? Who knows what I've done? Okay, sorry. What you said something important and I ignored it, but I think I lost it. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Of course. Right. Just this is amazing example of me saying something and then totally ignoring it somewhere else. There's a 3-4 pair here. For sure. We know 3 and 4 in here because it's either going to be 4-6 or 7-3 that pairs with this, right? So this is certainly never 3-4. That is for sure. What else? What do we derive from that? We get an 8 down here. So we get an 8 in here. If this was a 3, this would have to be 5-4. This would 8. This would have to be 9. And this is just 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? There's some. Did I do a fun thing where I like have a sequence that doesn't actually work? Because I like to do that. It's a fun pastime. Well, billions of tomatoes flying at this box. Hundreds of thousands of tomatoes. Am I missing something critical here? What could we put over here? Maybe is a question I'm being encouraged to ask myself. Well, what do we know? We have 2 odd digits, certainly. This could be even or odd, and this could be even or odd. It's not 1, 2. Could it be 2, 3? This was 5, 4. Seems like it could be 2, 3. It's not 3, 4. Seems like it could be 2, 3. It's not 3, 4. It's not 4, 5. Could it be 5, 6? It couldn't be 5, 6 because that would be broken. It can't be 6, 7 because of that, and it can't be 6, 7. It can't be 7, 8 for the same reason. Could it be 8, 9? Is there a reason it couldn't be 8, 9? That would push 8, 9 down here. which at the moment doesn't seem too insane. So is that true? Can't be 1, 2 because that would break. Could be 2, 3 if this was 1, 6, 5. Couldn't be 3, 4. Couldn't be 4, 5. Couldn't be 5, 6. Couldn't be 6, 7. Couldn't be 7, 8. Could be 8, 9. If it's 2, 3, some very specific things happen. If that was 7, 8, 9. Well, if it's 2, 3, then the 8, 9 would be our concern, and the 8 couldn't go there, so the 8 would have to go there. The 9. I mean, can we try to do this as well? It's not 1, 2. But it could be 2, 3. I don't know if this one's going to be as helpful. Because this one, well, actually, wait, sorry. Can't be 2, 3. Okay, so it's not 1, 2 because this would break. It's not 2, 3 because of this. I think it could be 3, 4. And it could be 4 or 5. Yeah, I don't know that this one's very useful, right? It seems like it has a lot more options. Four, 5, 5, 6 could go either way. 6, 7 could go that way. 7, 8 could go that way. And 8, 9 could go either way. So that was not a useful thing to do. I love the tomatoes. That's very helpful. Does that... What do we do about that? Two, 3 over there seems like a thing that could be true in the world. That digit is not 1, 2, 3, or 7. So this is just 4, 5, 8, or 9. No, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Not very useful. Would I like a digit? Can you just throw a tomato in the area and I can try to figure it out? Or just tell me a box to look at? Okay, what did I miss up here? What did I miss? We know there's a 4 up here. And we know there's a 1 in here. Do I not have the cage shuttle thing turned on? Isn't that weird that it's not? Oh, I guess it doesn't do the potential ones. It just says with cages. Okay, what else is going on up here, everybody? If that's a 4, then that's a 5. If that's a 5, then that's a 6. in that pair. That is a 6. That's a 5 or 7. It's a 7 or 6. I'm sure this is extraordinarily obvious. What am I missing here? There's definitely a 1 in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like this is just 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? Those are the actual options here. Did I miss something with the sum here, or? This digit is definitely down here. One of these is 5 or 7. We see this digit. Look at this, for example, was 5. Other half of it could still be 6 or 7. Okay, what am I missing here? What am I missing up here? Well, tomatoes of the face, I'm sorry. Okay, what do we have here? We have a bunch of pairs, right? Right? One is in here. Thinking about polarity again. One is up here, 3 is up here, 9 is up here. One is up here, 3 is up here, 9 is here. So that either 5 or 7 is on here. Either 5 or 7 is on here. We also know that we have an even digit here and an even digit here and an even digit here and one remaining even digit. So we have 2 here, 8 here, 4 or 6 here, and then a remaining even out here. What am I not seeing about that? Is it a polarity thing? Even and odd, and even and odd, and odd. So 7's accounted for, 5, 8, 9. So 2, Sorry, 1 and 3 are absolutely in here. 4 is absolutely here. Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Is it something about the way these, like, the interplay of these? You know there's a 5 or a 7 on here. Is it odd digit, odd digit, odd digit? Okay, hang on. There's definitely an odd digit in here. There's definitely an odd digit in here. Definitely an odd digit in here. There's definitely an odd digit in here. But isn't it possible that this one actually had 2 odd digits? So there's 1 odd digit, 2 odd digits, 3 odd digits, 4 odd digits. Where's the 5th odd digit? But isn't it possible that I have 2 odd digits in here? Am I thinking about that wrong? Or am I thinking about that in the wrong box? Sorry, I'm scrolling up a little bit. What are we doing here? You're talking about... Okay, I just want to know what box to look at. I'm not going to read. I feel like these are pretty detailed, so I don't want to read too deeply into these. I just want to know what box to look at. Am I supposed to be looking at box 3? Or is this not a fruitful place to look? I just thought, because Egg kept mentioning that I was missing something in box 3, but is that not the best place to look? Okay, look here instead. In this column. So like, I know I have... Oh my... Okay, hang on, sorry. Oh my gosh, I've really... I've gone way over on time. Sorry. This, I just... Okay, sorry. There's an even. 6 is definitely in here. That's even. That's even. There's definitely an even in here. So I still have to place 1 more even digit. Am I looking? Yeah, I've gone way over. I've really. Oh, sorry. So Helio's talking about box 8. No, I mean, I would like to finish it. I feel like like glancing through chat, it feels like there's some very specific instruction, which I understand that you're getting impatient. I definitely understand, but I would just like, so Helio, you're saying to look at box 8. Because we at least know that is for sure even, and that's even. There's an even here, and there's an even here, and there's an even here. So that is 3. So we have accounted for. So we need an even here. So sorry, just to talk through that for a second. There's only 1 even digit in here. Well, actually, wait, sorry. We just know this. Okay, sorry. This is even and odd. This is even and odd. This is even and odd. So this is 2 odds and an even, basically. I'm going to get rid of this extra coloring. So this is What's crazy is the normal coloring I use for evens and odds is exactly the opposite of the color that I use for oil and water. So, because I would make evens blue always. So I'll just do it like this. Or I should do it the stupid oil and water way. Basically, there's one even and two odds in here. Is that what we're thinking about? There's an even and an odd, an even and an odd, an even and an odd. This digit, we don't necessarily know if this is even or odd though, right? I mean, we know there's one or the other here. So there's only one even digit here. And there's none here. And there's only one even digit here. So I've only counted 2 even digits. So there's 2 even digits in here. I don't know. In column 6. So I'm saying there's only one even digit here, right? And I'm saying there's one even digit here. In fact, I'm saying there's one even digit here. And that I then need 2 even digits in here. And I have one, so I have 3 even digits in this box. So what's that mean? An even and an odd, an even and an odd, an even and an odd. An even and an odd, an even and an odd, an even and an odd, an extra odd. So this is an even and an odd. This is one of each. I feel like I just need to start coloring. Even though that is not the color I want them to be, but it's just for consistency with the oil and water puzzles we've been doing. So those are definitely digits that are odd, right? These are digits that are definitely even.
I just wanted to call you early and say Happy New Year's before I get too black out or brown out or one of the browns.
That's definitely odd.
Whatever. Love you, kid. Bye.
Okay, you are all too patient and too kind. By far, it's a fault. You are faulty people. Should not be this patient with me. Okay, that's obviously even. Are there any more that are not a mixture? Okay, so what we were saying is this is definitely a mix. This is definitely a mix. This is not a great thing that I'm doing. I just oh wait, these colors are, what am I doing here? Are those leftover colors? Get out of here. That was not what I meant to do. This, you are even. This is a mix. One of those even ones and odd. Even odd. But these are discrete pairs. Those are definitely pairs. These are pairs. 2 odds and an even. This is definitely a pair. We said that I apologize. I feel like I just am not on it today. That was an even and an odd. That's definitely a pair. That's an even and an odd. That is an even and an odd. That is an even and an odd. That's odd. This is an even odd pair, right? I don't know if that really matters. Excuse me. One of these is even, one of these is odd. Is that true? Because it'll be a pair, a pair, a pair. You have the extra odd already out, so this is an even odd pair. I don't know if that really matters, but okay, so sorry. So then we had talked about how there was only one, because there's pair, pair, pair. There's only one even in here. Or in other words, there's two odds here. 3 odds, 4 odds. So this is 2 evens and an odd in some configuration. 3 evens. So this is going to be 3 of our even digits in here. Right, this was an even odd. Are we trying to decide? I have 3 even digits in here. I know this is excruciating. I apologize. I feel like my brain is just not aligned with this today. It's very strange. This was an even odd. That means I see the millions of tomatoes. I see them. I'm sorry. I'm working towards it. I really feel like my brain is just not functioning. I'm going to blame paint fumes from yesterday. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I feel like you're trying to tell me that there's a known polarity here that I'm just missing. Oh! Okay, hang on. Oh my gosh, how have I not even thought about this yet? Okay, I'm not sure if this is what you're telling me to look at, but it probably is. This is a 22. Meaning we need an even number of evens and odds to make this happen. Like, in other words, this has to be either all evens, which it cannot be, right? Can't be all evens. All evens only sum to 20 anyway, I think. But it also can't be, it has to be balanced, I guess is a way to put it, to end up with an even number, because an odd plus an odd is even, and an even plus an even is even, but an odd plus an even is odd. So the only way we can do this is if we're balanced. And the only way we can balance this is either that they're all even, which they're not, or that there's 2 evens and 2 odds. So I have 2 evens here and 2 evens here, and so this is an odd. Is that true? You're just yeah, I know. Well, yes, now that you say oil and water, it started. I can't believe I've been to oil and water puzzles for days, and that's where we are. Okay, so I'm so sorry. So now we have what? We now have I'm going to say it backwards because these colors still mess me up. But is this correct? Are we happy here that we have said there's definitely 2 even digits? There's 2 oils in this cage. There's 2 oils here. So we have water, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, 4 waters. One of these is water and one is oil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waters. So this is oily. Did I just spend 1,000 years trying to determine this? So we have 1 oil, 2 oil, 3 oil, and another oil here. Oh my gosh. So now we know what? Now we know. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, you know, sometimes the world just has to stop for Sudoku. And that's just how it is. So this is 1, 3, 5, or 7, and okay, I see there's billions of tomatoes. I see. So this is what? This is 2, 4, or 6, and that's a 3, 4 pair, so it's not a 4. And this needs to be sequential. So sequential with the 2 is either 1 or 3 or 5 or 7. I feel like we know more things though, right? Because we know that this is wet, wet, wet. You know, one of these is wet. We don't know which is which. Water, water, water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could these both be water? Only if that's even. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Good grief. This is not 2 because there's a 3, 4 pair. Okay. 2 can go next to what am I even doing here? I don't even know what I'm doing. If this is a 2, it goes next to a 1. It can't go next to a 3. Because it's a 3, 4 pair. If it's a 6, it can go next to if this is a 2, this has to be a 1, right? Because it can't be a 3. If it's a 6, it has to go next to a 5 or a 7. That is 1, 5, 7, not whatever I said it was before. We know there's a 6 here. Now I feel like I'm just making mistakes all over. If it's a 2, this is a 4. I feel like my brain has like actually ceased to function. It's very troubling. We get 1, 5, 7. Oh my gosh. Yeah, right. Where is 6 in this column? Where is 6 in this column? This is, I feel like, the worst I've ever done on a stream in my life. And I've done some pretty bad ones. Where is 6 in this column? Where is it? Where is it? I think it's there. You know, can't be sure, but seems likely that it's there. That puts a 6 over here, presumably. Oh my gosh, how are you people still here? I'm afraid of 6. I'm afraid of everything. Oh my gosh, no, you guys, you are such kind people. I feel so bad for that you're spending your life watching me stumble so clumsily through this puzzle. I really feel like this is the worst I've ever done in a Sudoku puzzle. That's which is impressive. I'm impressing myself. What? Do we know anything about anything? I don't, obviously. Yeah, who knows what I've done anyway? Who knows? I just really don't know. Here we are. Okay, let's think about stuff, right? We seem to have a 5, 5, 6, 7 triple, which is exciting. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we need yeah, we have 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that actually true? 5, 6, 7. I'm nervous about everything I say being wrong, but let's just do this. So 1, 2, 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, 8, 9, right? That is what we have to contend with here. That is not a 1. So how do we... And these need to be sequential. So to do that, and to not make this number insane, because if we try to make, that sort of interesting, is like, where do we put the 9? If we put the 9 down here, it's going to take the 8 away. And now we suddenly have this without 8 or 9 in it. So we have 4 digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 only. So the most it could be is 5, 4, 3, 2, which is only 14. So the 9 is definitely not down here. So one of these is 9. So there's definitely a 9 in here. And if we have a 9 and an 8, if we have the 9 and the 8, that would be 17. Plus 4 would be 21, and that could be a 1. So that could still work. Is that true? That still really work? If we had the 9 and the 8, oh, well, wait, what's the 8 down here? The 8's not going to go next to anything. So it is. That's the only way to do this, right? This becomes an 8-9 pair. And then the only thing we can do is 1721 is get a 1 there and a 2 here. Is that right? And the only digit, so this did end up, Skojo saw this years ago, that this was not going to do the thing. It was not going to be double matches. And that undoes this. I don't know if I made a mistake, don't tell me. I just let me put some digits in for a minute. Are we good? Oh my gosh, we're good. Oh my gosh, you people. What a nice way to start the year. How many other, let me just tell you, 0. I was going to say, how many other circumstances in my life can I just like stumble along and have people cheer for me? This is like I'm running a marathon and just falling, or like running it's more like I'm running a marathon and I'm like not even on the trail anymore and I'm running off to the side and you people are still cheering for me. It is very sweet. You are very kind people. Oh my gosh. That means that is a 5. Can we actually do this puzzle now? I hesitate to say yes to a 7. Egg, I feel bad because there is some really neat logic in here that I am just like stumbling all over. It is my classic analogy of like someone serves me a nice meal and I just like fumble it onto the floor and then I'm like eating it off of the floor. Okay, if that can't be a 6, that can't be a 5. So that's a 7, 8, 9 triple, right? 7, 8, 9, which I am afraid of. That takes the 7 and 9 out of here, gives us a 2, 5 pair. Oh, that 7, 8, 9 triple is finally going to do this. 6, that, which has been waiting my whole life. What do we know about this? We have 10. We have 10 and then either, so this is either 18 or it's 19. So a 1 is not going to be enough. So this is definitely a 4. And now we have 14. So that is an 8. That's a 9. This apparently is just a 9, so that has to be an 8. And that leaves some digit over here that's potentially a 6 and a 5 and a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a 9. This means we need what? A 3 and a 4? Possibly. And this means we need a 1, a 2, and another digit. It's not 2. Okay, we can probably think about this stuff, right? There's no 4 or 5 up here. This... Didn't we say something about this? Like we knew something once upon a time? We did. There's a 1 up here. I knew we knew a thing. Oops. We also have to have a 6 here. Right? If we don't have a 6 here, this is just a 5, 7, and that's not good for anyone. So there's no 6 there. That's not a 4. So we get a 6, 7. There's a 6, 7 hidden in there with a 5. We get that pair. Okay. My colors are kind of messing my brain up now. That is... See, I just did it wrong. Not blue. Not orange. Not blue. I really, even odd parity is the complete opposite in my mind. That is not a 7. Well, this is 7, 8, 9, so there's definitely a 9 on here. Sorry. This is 7, 8, 9, so there's definitely an 8 on here. I don't think that matters. But there is an 8. Oops. There is an 8 in there. And then the other half of it is here. What else is going on in the world? We've got lots of dots that look dotty. We said there's definitely a 6 here, so that is not the 6. Okay, should probably think about some other digits. You're not that color. Right, we did know that there were 2 more evens. That's not true. No, I'm sorry. We have 2 for 6. We know the 8's over here somewhere. There's only 1 more even over here. Oh, it's 1, 8, and 9. And that's not the 1. These are big digits. And 1's not in there. 4 apparently is. With a 3 or a 5. Right? I know what this is, though, don't I? I know this. That's 10. That's 10. This is a 2. Okay. So that is not a 5. So that's 3 or 4. That's 3 and 2, by the way. I'm just going to delete the colors. So what? We have the 3, 4. So this is going to be... It's not a 2. And it's not 3, 4. So it needs to be sequential with 3, 4. So it's got to be on one side or the other of it, and it's not a 2. So that's a 5, I think. So 3, 4 is definitely 7. So these 2 digits have to sum to 15. And if there's no 7 in here, we can't have the 8. So that's 9, and that's 6. That is a 1, 8 pair. That gives us the 8. Yeah, we get the 8 here. No 8 there. We get a 1, a 2, a 6. We get a 7 here, so that becomes a 5, 6. We get a 7 here. We get a 6 here. So that seems happy. I'm afraid to look at chat because you can tell me I messed something up and I don't want to know. I don't want to know about it. Don't tell me. This is sequential with 1 or 8. Well, what is this? What do we need in here? We need a 9 or another digit? 8. But it just is 8 or 9. This is not 8 because that doesn't make any sense. That is 8. That is 1. That is 7. That is 9. This is a digit that could be a 7, and this is some sequential pair. How do I have this scary looking? Uh-oh. Did I make a mistake? You weren't supposed to tell me if I made a mistake. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm ignoring that for 1 second, and then we're gonna have a talk here. That's the 2. That's the 1. I ended up with a deadly pattern. Wait, what did I do? Oh gosh, that's sequential. Gosh, 5, 4, 3. I just scared myself legitimately. Oh my gosh. Okay, egg. Lovely puzzle. Good job. I am so embarrassed that I just took that long to do this puzzle. I will say, there were certainly some tricky things to spot, for sure. But some of them should not have been as hard as I made them. Especially, like in any other context, I would be like easier on myself on this. But given how much came down to parity and the fact that I've been doing all these oil and water puzzles and wasn't even thinking of parity is an embarrassing thing. I'm embarrassed. But nice puzzle. Very impressive for your first and second rodeos. I have to say personally, I don't want to play favorites. I do prefer the second rodeo only because it was less embarrassing, but column 8. Difficulty, I'm going to just say it was average, even though it was hard for me. And I'm going to say it was very nice. And I want to just take a look at the grid of the olive sandwich because I'm excited. I love the title. Oh, look at those black Kropke dots everywhere. Love it. Look at that 0. Oh man, see, this is why I shouldn't be allowed to look at grids because I instantly... Okay, stop. I have to close this before I start solving it. Oh wait, was there something else? Or are you just showing me olive? Whoa, what just happened? Maybe I already looked at the thing you sent me. What? Oh, has it happened? The fun thing where Chrome just decides not to work? Okay, it was olive. Okay, that's good because Chrome sometimes decides it's just not going to resolve. Because why would it? Why would it do that? Okay. Egg, welcome to Variant Sudoku. Love your debut puzzles. I love the look of olive. Thank you for your extreme patience during that debacle of a solve. See, I feel like that first puzzle went pretty well, the oil and water one, so it just makes sense that I crumbled under the pressure. I'm gonna go work on a thing just while I have your attention. I've been at the shop the last couple days, kind of running out of time, but maybe I'll do it anyway. I will consider it, although now I'm afraid. Because it looks very inviting, but maybe I'll just crumble to pieces. So I've been making. Oops, what's wrong? Can I suspend? That's okay. Olive is not. See, you're tempting me to do it right now, but I definitely need to get out of here. As soon as we just talk about this one. Oh, you know what? Oh my gosh, I forgot it was Wednesday. Oh boy. Okay, I think I'm not going to make it to the shop today, but that's okay. Just going to share. Maybe I will make it. It's hard to say. Oh no, see, Flinty's now tempting me. But I just realized I don't think I can make it to the shop today anyway. I'm just going to talk about the thing I'm making. very briefly. Although fusion is causing the stream to freeze. I think I realized something that potentially dangerous though in my current design. 20 minutes. Oh my gosh. Flinty is trying to get me into trouble, is what's happening. Flinty's like, this is a 20-minute puzzle. Easy. Piece of cake. Anyway, I built this thing. And so I was like painting and priming it and all that stuff. And then I made the side out of Baltic birch plywood. And then it looked okay, but I wasn't super excited about it. And then I coated it in polyurethane and I actually accidentally used the wrong one. And it's like this oil-based polyurethane that really makes things yellow. And so I was just thinking that I'm going to end up doing that puzzle, aren't I? I could feel it already happening. The thing I was just thinking was, what if I made this like a chocolate brown? That was not the thing to do at all. I'm not good at that. I need to switch to the actual. Making mistakes here. What if it was painted like a chocolate? Why does it want to do the whole body? Don't do that. How about this? Yeah. That's fine. Funny it didn't mirror that change. I don't want to make it out of hardwood. I actually don't want to remake it at all. I want to, if I can, just but I think that would still look pretty nice. I think I would still be okay with that. The question is like, can I if I try to render this, my computer's gonna be furious. Can I Sorry, now I'm distracted by the sketches. Okay, I know no one cares, but I used to make things on this channel before Sudoku. I think that's what I'm going to do. I just can't decide if I'm going to just try to paint the thing I already made, which I'm not sure is going to look great. I'd have to do some like wood filler. I'd have to maybe remove the oil-based stuff, or at least, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it, but I think it's not going to happen today. Oh no. Thanks, Flinty. So what goes in it is this, which is the musical. It's not turned on right now, but like the thing where I can control my house by playing music on the piano. Although I think I've just realized something potentially devastating to my heart, which is I think I could still salvage it, but I think that the way I built this standoff, I'm doing a thing I shouldn't do, and I was like designing this component separately. No. Don't be sorry. It really is okay. It's definitely not a pressing thing. I'm like basically unemployed at the moment, so I'm not too worried about it. So I need like at least 80 millimeters interior, really more. If I'm being honest, I need at least 80 millimeters interior depth, and I don't know that I have that. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna do the puzzle. That's what happened. I'm gonna do it. Everything can wait. As I said earlier, like today's schedule, just because I had a canceled appointment, I feel like just threw off the whole day anyway. I only have 5 millimeters clearance with how I designed this. Oh boy. Does that still work? Maybe it still works. It might like just barely work. Or I might have to reposition things, which is also okay. In theory. Theoretically okay. Maybe there's a world where I like that better anyway. Although I think that dimension, so that dimension was 85 millimeters, and I think that this dimension is something also very much like 85 millimeters. Yeah, this dimension is are you serious? That would be funny. Is this dimension 86 millimeters? It's 84.5 millimeters. So, hey. Oh my gosh, you give me $1? For the dollar. I appreciate that. Okay, Flinty has bullied me into doing this puzzle. But here's my commitment to you after streaming for 4 hours and only solving 3 puzzles. I'm going to do this puzzle so fast that it's going to make your head spin. You're not going to believe this. Are you ready for a solve so fast that it makes your head spin? You shouldn't be. This is not going to, I'm going to screw this up. But let's go into this with positive positive vibes, right? Okay. What do we have? We've got black Kropke dots. I love a black Kropke dot. And we have sandwiches. And that's it. That's the whole thing. So we can see immediately that this sandwich excludes 10 digits. Digits summing to 10. This sandwich excludes digits summing to 15. This sandwich excludes digits summing to 12. In this case, we have the 1 and the 9 right next to each other. In this case, we have the 9 either with a 3. Oh, it's just, yeah, there's a 1, 3, 9 sequence in this row somewhere, or 9, 3, 1, right? There's a 9, 4, or 1, 4, 9, or 9, 4, 1 sequence here somewhere. Okay, but let's just do it. Should we do it? I'm doing it. Okay. Linty says I got this. I don't know that I believe that, but hey. Okay, so where do we actually want to start here? We got that 1, 9 in here. We have a 1, 3, 9 in here. So we do know a little bit of something here. We know that in this row, somewhere there's a sequence that is 1, 3, 9 or 9, 3, 1, right? Because we have to sandwich this between 1 and 9. There's no other way we're going to get 3 between 1 and 9 because nothing, it would have to be 1 plus 2, but that can't go in a sandwich. So that means that this is not a 3, 6 sandwich. You tell me to look at the 35 first. Okay. I'll think about the 35 in a second, but I just want to think about this one first. Because normally you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, but in this case we know that the 3 is definitely not on there. So there's no 3, and if there's no 3, there's no 6. And then with the 4, well, maybe the 4 is not as interesting. Wait, I did that wrong. I'm sorry. We meant to remove 3 and 6. So this is only from the digits 1, 2, 4, and 8, which is not super helpful in this row. And in the case of the 4, not super helpful. We just know that the 4 is not on this dot, right? And if there's a 4 that... Actually, 4 could be on this dot in this row. So this row is not as useful. Sorry. We also know some things about like 5, 7, and 9 never being on a dot. So if we thought about this in terms of like where the 9 could go, the 9 definitely doesn't go in these places. And there has to be a whole lot of digits between the 1 and the 9. Wait, every digit's between the 1 and 9. I'm sorry. I said that incorrectly earlier. The 10 digits that aren't in the sandwich are gosh. Okay. I got a bad explanation at the start. I said that there were 10 digits digits summing to 10 excluded from this. Yeah, there are, and it's 1 and 9. That is very silly. I apologize. This is a 1-9 pair. And 9 can't go on a dot, so that's just a 1, so that's just a 2, that's just a 9. And that means that we're excluding a 2 from this, right? So this digit or this digit is a 2. That means we're excluding something summing to 5 from this, which is either, well, it's just 2 and 3, right? So we're excluding 2 and 3 from there. 7 is a little bit restricted in here. So we have all the digits smushed inside there. 7 can't go there or there or there. I don't know if I care that much about that yet. In thinking about this, we're excluding 2. Which means that the outer digits are either 1 and 9 or they're 2. Because that's what we have not included in here. In this case, we're excluding 5. And that digit, they have to, we have to make that 5 without a 1, so it's either 2 or 3. So in this case, the outer digits are either 1 or 9 or 2 or 3. And can't be 1 or 2. So that is not 1 or 2. And this is not 9. And that means the second digit, I don't know. This is definitely not 1, 9, but it could be 2, 3, 1, 9. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Down here, it could also be 5 because it could just straight up be 5. It's just not up here, but this could be 5. You're right. Sorry. See, brain not function good. Brain bad. Okay. So, and then we're definitely getting diminishing returns. Yes, everyone is yelling at me about 5s. Yes, you're right. There's no 5 up here, but there could certainly be a 5 down here. We kind of get diminishing returns because in this case, it's 7, which could be, so these are either 1 or 9, or the digit 7, or digits that can make up 7. So I don't know that I feel like that is that useful because it's kind of a lot of digits. Well, it's a little bit interesting because this can't be 1. This can't be 9 or 7. Okay, what else is a fun thing to look at now that we have looked at those things? There's truly something about my brain today does not feel attuned. We have this 9 here, and we know that we've said that the 9 is next to a 3. So one of these is definitely, sorry, let me think about that for a second. We've said that this sequence, there's a 1, 3, 9 sequence for sure. Right? We said that. And I believe it. And for that to be true, the 9 has to be right next to a 3, so that's not a 3. That means this or this is a 3. If this is a 3, then this is a 1 and this is a 2. 3, 2, 1. Or this is a 9 and this is a 1 and this is a 3. We also know we need to sum. This is not a 9 because that would only have a 2 in there. So that's not 9. So, therefore, when we know we have to hit 14, and to do so, we need at least 2 digits. Like you could have 6, 8, and 9, maybe. I see the millions of tomatoes. I see them flying at me. Well, okay, right. So we know that's not a 1. But you could have 1, 3, 9. Or you could have 1, 3, 9. 1, 3, 9. Or 1, 3, 9. I see the tomatoes out of the corner of my eye. Extreme impatience is happening. So this is every digit on Earth. This is every digit on Earth except for 5 and 7 because the 9 is already out of there. I really don't know what's going on with my brain today. Very weird. If this was 1, 3, 9, right. If this was a 1, that would be 2 and this would be broken. Is that what we're thinking about? If this is 1, that's 2 and this is broken. So this is never 1. And this is never, right? If this is 9, 3, 1, 2, that's broken. This can't be 3, so this is the 3. This is the 1. We need to get to 30. So it's either that this is the 5 and this is the 9, or it's that this is a 3 and this is a 2 and this is a 9, and that can't be, right? So we need to exclude 5 wherever we put the 9. And if we try to make 5 with the 3, it's wrong. So I think that is 5 and that's 9. That puts the 9 in the middle, but it can't be on the dot. Oops. That doesn't do much here really, but with our newfound, so we have a total of 7 here. I'm trying to think about the 9 and 1 situation going this way. If you put the 9 here, if you put a 9 here to get a 6, 8, I think that would work, but maybe not. So inside this 9, this row doesn't have a friend. This has 28 in the middle, which needs, oh no, is it that bad? I see tomatoes hitting my face. I just think, I know, I feel like everyone is like everyone's patience is just gone because I took so long on the last puzzle, but I just want to think for a minute. That's all. That's all, everybody. I mean, the thing that is sort of interesting about a 14 is you're forced to, the thing that's interesting about a 14 is you can't do it in one box, and there's a 1 and a 9 in the middle of this. So it's just kind of interesting that you could try to span this whole thing, I guess, and then have 2 digits that sum to 9, but you can't do this. You obviously can't do this. You can't do anything that involves that. So it's just a slightly interesting thing. I mean, especially when you think about where 9 goes in this row, just period, I guess, because it's not there. It's not there. It's not there. So one of these is the 9, right? Because 9 is never going to be on a black dot. And if that's true, the 1 has to be on the other side of the world. Like it has to be, the 1 is not in here. The 1 is in one of these places. Yeah, okay, well the other, it could be here. It doesn't have to be on a black dot, but it's still across the world from the 9. And so we have a 5 in there. I'm just trying to think of how many digits you could get away with and still be under 14. One of these is definitely the 9. I'm thinking about it specifically about the 8 and whether I think the 8 is going to be on one of these black dots. I don't. It feels like an 8's going to get pushed over there, but I guess I don't know that for sure. Because 8 and 5 is only 13. And I guess I could have, no, I think you can't, right? Like where could I put the 8? Like, what am I gonna, this 5 is part of the sandwich. I feel pretty sure. And if the 8 is also in the sandwich, then this sums to 13 and the 1 isn't in the sandwich. So I think the 8 is not in the sandwich. I think the 8 is here or here with the 4, and the 9 is here or here. I don't know if that actually helps anybody with anything, but that's what I think is true. So it's like, well, yeah. Doesn't that mean this is a 1-9 pair? No, it doesn't, because you could have a 1-2 still. Because you could have the 8-4-9, and then the 1, I guess, could be with the 2. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm overthinking that. Oh, there's a 1 in here. And there's a 5 over here, but not here. The song is terrible again. Okay, I know. Everyone's probably losing patience with me, but I don't feel like I've ground to a halt. I just feel like I just need to think for a minute. Because this is a similar situation over here where we've ruled out the 3. I mean, unless I've made a mistake. Have I made a mistake? Because that would be bad. I'm just thinking through these options. One, like these being the options that can go on a black dot. We've already ruled out the 3, so that rules out a 6 as well. And we've ruled out a 1, which doesn't really rule out very much. We rule out a 2 here. So these are relatively constrained. Well, right. I'm saying I really do think there is an 8 here. So I'm sort of saying that I think there's an 8. I think there's an 8-4 here. So doesn't that put 8 and 4 here? But I guess I could still have 2, 4, 8, or 8, 4, and a 2. That's very limiting in terms of where the 7 goes, though. That forces the 7 here. And if I force the 7 here, that's already 12. And then I can only add 2. So that becomes 7. I feel like I lost the thread a little bit. I'm not sure that I think that actually works. I feel like I know this, but I just feel a little hesitant to say it. Like it's the 9s are definitely in here. I feel pretty confident in that, right? I mean, that's obvious. The 9s are definitely here. The 1 is definitely on the other side of the world. It's just not clear whether the 1 is on the dot or not. And then the 8 can't be in the middle. So the 8 is on the outside with the 4. So I think one of these is 8, 4. And then one of these two is 9. The 1 is there annoyingly. No, the 1 doesn't have to be on the dot. That gets annoying. Well, actually, I'm saying if the 8 and the 4 are here, I'm saying I very strongly believe that. And that puts the 8 and the 4 here. If there's an 8 here, there's definitely a 4 here. But it becomes a question of the 7. Like if I really strongly believe that, couldn't that be a 4-8 pair? And then the 7 could still go here, and the 2 goes here, and the 1 goes here. Then what is the other dot? 3, 6? Three, 6, and 4, 8 would equal 21. Is that what it is? Is it 3, 6, and 4, 8 and then there's a 9, and there's a 1, and then there's a 5, a 7, 2. Is that the only way to make this work? I'm sure there's an easier way to see this. I'm very certain of it, but maybe there's another way to do that. And then this has to be the 2, and then this has to be a 4. All right, I see tomatoes happening. Maybe I should think about something else for a second. So I feel like that's what it's going to be, though. I got a feeling in my heart, but we'll ignore my heart for a moment, I guess. 6. Okay, so what do we think about that? I just am so drawn to that. Look at that. Don't you want to know? There's no 4 here, which is crazy, right? Doesn't that make this very restrictive if we're insisting there's an 8 in here somewhere, and we're saying that there's definitely a 4 here? That means there's not a 4 or an 8 here. And if you do that, so if there's not a, if you say there's not a 4, there can't be an 8. You could, so it's either 1, 2, or 3, 6. I see the tomatoes. I see them. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking about stuff. I guess I do kind of know that this. Oh, okay. So, what do I know? By saying that 2 is on the outside of this, I also know these, right? Is that true? Because this is going to be like 1 or 9 with a 2 over here and the other half of the 1, 9 pair here. Is that true? Hang on. There's only one digit that's on the outside. So it's either there's a 2 with a 1, 9. Is this... But what is it if it isn't the... I mean, this is wrong. That's not really what it is, but... See, I feel like I was getting somewhere, and then I paid attention to the tomatoes. Oh my gosh. Okay. 4. Okay. I need to just ignore the tomatoes for a minute and just think about it the way that I would think about it. I definitely want to know if I'm making mistakes, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like trapped on this. I'm just going at my pace. I feel like there's only one way to do this. Am I just wrong? Well, right. I said 4, 8, and if this side's 4, 8, that's double 2. I think this is 4, 8. I think it has to be, because 9 and 1 are split across the world for sure. And if I try to put 8 with the 5, that's 13, and I have to have a 1. I just don't see a way of avoiding it. So I think that has to be a 4, 8. And if that's a 4, 8, that lets this be what? I guess we're saying there's definitely a 4 in here as well, right? If this were 1, 2, yeah, part of the question is about the 9. Like, if this was 9 and this was 1 and this was 5, 7, 2 and this is 3, 6, that definitely works. If this is 1, 2, even if I try to do that means 9 and 1, and that means 5 6, 4. That's already 50. No, sorry. That means 5. Well, it means at least 5, 6, and 7, which is obviously too much. So the only way I see to make this work is 1, 9. And 3, 6. And 7, 2. Is that wrong? Is there another way? Is there another way to do that? Thanks for the oil. Okay, no, you're probably right. I probably should be coloring them. But this seems right to me. And I feel like if this is right, we can just jump off and go all over the place. I feel what's stopping me is just hesitation, thinking I'm wrong, right? Like I think if I felt confident right now, like I hadn't just done a bad job all morning. Yeah, right. 7 is not here. Okay, okay. I appreciate that. It really is a thing where it's like I feel good about it, except for the fact that I just feel like I screwed everything up. 2 is going to go next to a 4, so this is going to leave us 6. That's going to take 3, 6 off of here, so we get a 1, 2 pair there. That makes this a 9. That's the 1, 3, 6 pair, and we do get the sum here. That seems okay. We get our 4s going up in the sky. We get 9 is definitely over here. Okay, what do we want to think about now? We have, what's that? 3, 7, 8. And we have this is just is a 3. And this is 5, 6, 7. So this just is 2, 4, 8. Oops. 2, 8. The next actual logical step, that's outrageous. I'm not going to do that. Do what I should do? No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. Okay, I just wanted to carry through this. That's all. That's all I wanted. Okay, thank you for your patience. We have now done the thing. And now what? We want to think about box 5? I don't want to. I want to think about box 5. We know that 5, 7, and 9. So 7 could be here. That's a thing. So in this world, we know every single thing is in the sandwich. We got our 14 here. We got our 3 here. We need our 33 sandwich here. Which is somewhere going to result with like it's a 1, 2. Oh, right. Okay. Are we just saying that this can never be 1 or 9? Because we know that 1 and 9 are always over here. And so we know 1 is here. 9's not there. So that's 9. That's 1. Is that the next logical thing I was supposed to do? Look, listen. I was just having fun. That's all. I can't help it when I feel like I feel like once my mind like latches onto a thing, even if it's fruitless, it's hard for me to divert until I think it through. You just are a 7. That's not true at all. Why would I say that? I don't know why I would say that. Pardon me. Okay. one of these is also a high digit. I see those tomatoes just flying all over the place, just flying left and right. Wait, are you trying to pick numbers with the tomatoes? That is not the spirit of the tomatoes. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's think through things. We have that's not even a sandwich clue, so I don't even know why I'm looking at it. But this is a sandwich clue, but we know its contents and we feel comfortable with them, right? That is a comfortable sandwich. We have 7 in here. Oh, that's not a 9. Because 9's not going to be right next to the 1. Do I have any other silly things like that? Probably. 9 is only going to have 8 between it and the 1. I know, I see you throwing tomatoes. I see you. I just want to look at this 8. I just want to look at it. That's not a 1, so that's not a 2. Just think about this 9 and where its 1 could possibly go, because we can't have that many digits between the 9 and the... I guess we could have 3. No, we can't, because you'd have to have a 1. We can only have up to 2. So there's a 1 over there, or there's a 1 over there. But it could be 981, I think. And that would be a 2. Okay, sorry. What am I actually supposed to look at? I feel like we've placed a lot of 9s in the world today. Just thinking about 5s and 7s, that's all. Possibly 3s, but maybe not. Okay. I can't help it. Look at that. Look at what's going on in there. What's going on in there, everybody? Could be anything. Oh, wait, did I break something? Did I break something? Uh-oh. Honest, how's it going? Did I make a mistake? Or no. Okay, so we know the nature of this. We've always known the nature of this. It's just a 4. This is not a 4. Because our 4 in this column has to be between the 1 and the 9, right? Our 4 just goes between the 1 and the 9, and that is not true here. So that's the 8, and that's the 4. Oops, that's the 4. And if this is the 1 or the 9, then that's a 4. Interesting. But I don't know if I see that yet. Everyone is so mad at me, I can feel it. I could feel the rage. Just think about 1s and 9s, everybody. It's not a crime to think about 1s and 9s. Tell me you don't just sometimes think about 1s and 9s. Okay, back to this column. We were talking about like what goes where. And we know there's certainly not a 1-2 pair here. So that leaves 2-4, 4-8, and 3-6 as options. But these both couldn't be... Oh my gosh, wait, hang on. Sorry. That's a 0 clue. Look at that. Look at that 0. If we tried to make this... If we make this the 1, then everything's fine. If we make this the 1, this is probably what you've been yelling at me about. If we make this the 1, then this is a 2 and this breaks. Is that Is that one of the things you were angry about, chat? Is that what you're mad? Oh no, did I give someone a migraine? Oh no, I gave Skojo a migraine. Skojo, I'm sorry. I broke your brain. Anyway, the thing I was just thinking about is like of the things we could do to compose our 9 or compose these black crop keys. Because we can't have 1, 2, the remaining options are 2, 4, 4, 8, and 3, 6, and 2 of those use 2, 4. So one of these is definitely 3, 6, and one of them has a 2 in it, and that's all I know. That's all I can tell you. And then the remaining other digits down here. That's what I'll tell you. Yeah, I know. I gave Skojo a migraine, and he had to take a nap. It's very, very rude of me. Okay, I don't even know what we just did. We did this, and that was great, and that was exciting. So then we wanted to think about. I wanted to think about this a little bit, but I feel like it's not that exciting. You see, did I miss something super obvious again? The 6 is annoying in here. So there's. I was thinking about the 6 relating to that black crop key dot. Oh, we didn't know there's a 4 here, by the way. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. Falling to pieces here, everybody. Surely we know some stuff about something. So many digits in this box. Maybe we don't. We don't know anything. This is just 3, 4, 6, 8, right? Five's in there. 5 there. Replace the 5 there. Did a bad job, everybody. I know it. If that were a 6, this would be a 3. If that was an 8, it would be a 4. If it was a 4, annoyingly, it could be a 2 or an 8. And if it's a 6, it's a 3. There's a lot of options. I don't like it. Okay, I'm going to go back to thinking about it in my own ridiculous way. So what was I thinking about last? I was thinking about 10 cannot be... Okay, yeah, 9 over here. So we need 10 in some number of digits. And the 1 is here. And the places we could put 9 are those places. So 9 is not here because that would be 0. 9 is not here because that would be 10. 9 is not here because that would be too many digits. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits without a 1 would be a very big number that's bigger than 10. So does that mean this is the 9? It's probably a mistake, right? And then I have to make 10 in 3 digits without a 1, which is 2, 3, 5. Is there another way to do that? Is that true? That these are 2, 3, 5? So that's the 7 and that's the 8. I'm waiting for a torrent of tomatoes to hit me and tell me that I did everything wrong. And then that leaves 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, and 6 down here. Which means this can't be a 6 and means this can't be a 4. And that can't be a 5. So that's 2 or 3. If it's a 3, this is a 6. If it's a 2, it's a 1 or a 4. 4 or 6 here. So if this was 6, 8, this could be 14. Right? I see the tomatoes. I see them. 2, 3, 5 is here. So that means 2, 3, 5 are not included here. So that's our normal black Kropke dot, but we can't have 2 or 3. If we can't have a 3, we can't have a 6. If we can't have a 2, we can't have a 1. So that's a 4, 8 pair. So that's the 8. That's the 4. You remove the 4 from here. So this is either 1, 2, or 3, 6. It makes that the 2 and that the 4. So this is not 9. Because the only way... Oh, it's not 9 anyway. Why am I even talking about this? It's just not 9. It just isn't. So 9 is here or here, and we're trying to make 14. And if we try to put 9 here, this has to be 2 digits that sum to 7, and maybe that's okay. 9's definitely not here. So 9 is here or here, right? Because if 9 was here, that would just be 7. I could put 9 here if this was a 7, which maybe it is. We could put 9 here if these 2 digits summed to 7 without using 1 or 2, which would mean that was a 3, 4 pair. If I put 9 here... Oh, that's kind of interesting. So I just said if I put 9 here, it could still work if this was a 3, 4 pair, but the 9 is next to a 1. Also, is that true? Sorry. I could put 9 here if this was a 7. Or I could put 9 here if these digits summed to 7 without being 5, 2, or 6, 1. So they could only be 3, 4, and the 9 would go here, but the 9 is next to a 4 in this column. So that is not a 9. This is a 9. That is a 7. Is that true? And then that makes the 14 sum work. And that means that the 9 has to be in here somewhere. And it's not there. So 9 is only here or here. You're not a 7, by the way. I don't know how sound that logic was. It seems okay. There's no 4 here. And no 6 here. So this can't have an 8 on it. Can't have a 3 on it. So I think that forces this to be a 1, 2 pair. I think that forces the 5 in here. The 5 up here. The 9 here. I think. Uh-oh. Did I make a mistake? Did I do something wrong? Okay, I'm so paranoid now. Okay. Thanks everybody. Right. This 28 means that this is not the 1. That's a 2. That's a 1. So that's a 9. That is not... We don't have a sum here to work with. We do... But we can only exclude 7 from this. Only 7 can be excluded, which is either the number 7. Right, so these are our excluded digits. And 2 is already excluded, so this has to be a 5, right? And this has to be a 1. Is there another way to do this? The only other way I guess you could do it is if these 2 digits sum to 5. If they were like 1, 4. No, you can't use 1, 4. The only other way you could do it, yeah, I think that's forced. Feels forced. Already excluded 2. And I need to get to 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. I guess I'm saying this, and then that is 28. Is that really the only way to do that? Or is there some other way to like, I don't think there is, because this would have to, I'd ultimately have to sum to 5, and it couldn't be 2, 3, and it couldn't be 1, 4 because the 1 is part of the sequence. So I don't think there's, I don't think I can escape that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Niz, I didn't properly say hello to you. Everybody what a day. The finest day in my entire Sudoku career. It's not true. So go back to my day job. I don't have a day job right now. It's great. I'm not looking forward to starting a new contract. I have one contract coming up that actually I do enjoy. But generally speaking, I like to not have a job, except for that whole part where you have to have money to be alive. It's very inconvenient. Didn't I say something like I had to have a 3-6 on here? Didn't I say that for some reason? Because, why did I say it? I said because I couldn't have 1, 2, so then my options were 2, 4, or 4, 8, or 3, 6. But I can only use the 4 once, so the other one has to be 3, 6, so this is a 5. Does that sound like a thing that is true? What I just said? So which of you is the 3, 6? Well, I just said one of them has a 4 on it, and that's not either of these. So one of these digits is a 4, and the digit that goes with it is another digit that is a 2 or an 8. One of these 2 digits is a 4. It can't be 4, 2, and it can't be 4, 2. So I think it's a 4, 8 pair and a 3, 6 pair. Is that really true? And then the 2, because it couldn't go, because the 2 is, I'm afraid I've done something wrong. That puts the 2 there. Does that actually work? It's true. So everyone says it's true. Oh, come on, EggFriedCheese. Thank you. I'm having a good time. I'm just worried that everybody is losing patience. And I know you all have shown infinite patience, and I'm very grateful, but you know, I don't want to frustrate people. There appears to be a 5 over here somewhere. I don't know if anyone cares about that, but it seems to be true. So have we thought about every crop key? Except for this one that I weirdly have a 2 and whatever it was I was doing there. That means we have 3. That means this is a 6 and this is a 3. And we have 3, 7. Is that right? And it means we're left with 8. And it means this is also 4, 6. But the 4 is in a sandwich, in a 9 sandwich, which I think has to be here. Possibly. I don't know. I feel like I'm starting to rush now, and I'm just going to make silly mistakes. Cannot believe it's 3 in the afternoon. That does not appear to be an 8. Three, 5, 8. And that's just 5. So we have a 3, 8 pair, and then somewhere in here's a 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere in here's a 5, and a what? 7. That is a 3, 8 pair, so this is probably a digit. It's like a 4. And we thought about all of our dots. Very close to just having all of the dots, right? So for these jerks, always cramping everybody's style. Oh, I haven't been thinking about sandwiches for a while. This sandwich seems okay. Have we thought about this sandwich in a while? I think it's going to be okay. I think the sandwich is going to be fine. Are we okay in terms of sandwiches? How's everybody's sandwich? This, yeah, I think our sandwiches are okay. Slightly worried about it, but I think they're okay. This is 3, 7, 8, and what? 6? And that can't be a 7, and that can't be a 3 or an 8. So we get a 6, 7 pair. And then this column, 3, 5, 6, 8. That wasn't... What? Oh, okay. Cool. Have you guys ever done Sudoku before? Because there's a whole lot of 8s kind of looking at this box. Some people might say, you know, some people might jump to conclusions and say that the 8 goes there. I wouldn't do that personally. We have 3, 5 pair in here, so we have a 7 and some other digit. 5, 7? No, just said there was a 5 right there. 6, 7. Okay. We have a grid full of nonsense now, so it's either Sudoku or sandwiches that we have to think about. This 6 goes with the 3. Maybe that's all I had to think about. It's okay. I'm gonna go to the shop tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Wait, what is it? No, today's Wednesday. I was thinking of Thursday. Say I have one appointment get canceled, and then my whole week falls apart. I just don't know where anything goes anymore. So what do we do now? Pairs. Did I make a mistake? Because that would be a sad story. Oh no, do I have to like use my brain or something? Oh yeah, there's an 8 right here. So this is a 6, and that makes an 8, a 7, a 6, 5, a 3. I thought I checked all the sandwiches, but evidently not. Evidently I did not check that 8. That's a 7, and that's a 5. We did it. We did it, everybody. Oh, thanks. EggFriedCheese, I'm kudos to you for just... What is this your third rodeo? This is effectively your third rodeo. It flowed very nicely. I have to say, I feel like in the past I have tried puzzles. It feels like a jerky thing to say, and I don't mean it to be a jerky thing to say. I think it's just realistic. Like, I think that, you know, I think not to put anyone on blast at all, but just I've tried puzzles by people that were new to setting that were inscrutable. And I think that this is very, it's scrutable. That was smooth and nice and lovely, even though I was finding silly logic. It's just because that's how I wanted to do it, I guess. But I'm definitely impressed with just a few puzzles. You've already done things that flow nicely. So, however, the solution code, I'm very angry. Box 3, you want me to... I can't do that. Oh, okay. I take about everything I just said that was a compliment, I take back. Because this is unacceptable. Because maybe it does actually. Does my copy paste thing actually work? Okay, never mind. You can have it again. I almost took it away because I didn't remember if my copy paste thing would handle boxes, but it does apparently accidentally handle boxes. So as long as it's in reading order. So I'm gonna say it was average, even though it's probably really easier than average. I just don't feel like, when I struggle on stream so much, I feel like I don't have a real metric. And I'll say it was very nice because I love Kropke dots. You know, something that I would say is I think there is like, I feel like there's a lot of potential for black Kropke sandwiches in a way that I've never really considered. I feel like you could go deep on black Kropke dot sandwich puzzles. Yeah, it feels like that's a theme that you could have quite a few variations on, because it just feels like there's a lot of opportunity for weird like inclusion and exclusion stuff because of that. Never really thought about that. Oh wait, where do you see that? Like the solves versus ratings? Is there a place that it shows that? Oops. Does it show a count of ratings? Like how many ratings there are? So I see a solved count and I see a rating percentage, but can you see a rating number? Oh, the percentage. Okay, I see. I gotcha. I wish it was easier to submit solutions. I think it's really ridiculous given how many people, like, doesn't everyone on Earth use some variation of F puzzles or Sudoku pad? I mean, I get it. I get people do things on paper as well, but given the insane number of people that do their puzzles like this, why isn't there a button that just lets me auto submit my solution? I hate doing things that computers are could easily do. It's very frustrating. Ew. You get cool. Oh, thanks for the follow, Dadman Dude 87. Is this the year? Should I set a resolution right now that I will finally set that music puzzle that I never finished? Or is it just not fun anymore? I've never made it through setting a puzzle. I always get distracted. Maybe if I did it on stream and everybody helped me, would that be interesting or would that be a nightmare? I tried to get Skojo to... I forced Skojo to talk through it with me some at one point. Okay, I am gonna do what? I should probably eat some food because yes, Logic Master Germany is archaic in a way that I kind of love, and I am not. There's lots of things that are quality of life things that I understand. This is an ancient website, and that's fine. But like, is the submission button to submit the solution? Actually, let's look at it. Okay, I want to know this. Let's look at this. What does this button do? Like, what does this button actually do? And could that just be part of Sudoku Pad? Right? Like, could that be a thing that just was very easy? Like, is this an actual form that does a thing? Wow, look at that. Does it really? So it submits here. So it's just a post to a puzzle with some kind of ID, which presumably is this ID. And all it does is posts a text string. So like, if everybody just agreed that like row 7 was also, it's stupid. It's stupid that like, I should be able to submit the entire puzzle here, not just a solution code, whatever. Like, I'm trying to think of a way that we could do this where I would be less angry. The fact that it is just like an arbitrary string is tough, right? You have to know what the code is. So you could imagine doing something very silly, which I may do, is have some way to like submit something specific. It's just a bummer. I feel like it adds a lot of friction, and I think a ton of people don't. I bet a ton of people don't like register their solves because they don't want to deal with how archaic that setup is. I would rather have to, like, it's silly that there's not a way to post just like the entire grid. Because that would be the solution here. If there was an endpoint that was just like, oh yeah, just post the entire contents of the grid, then it would be very easy to have a solution button, or a way to just copy and paste it or whatever. But if it's an arbitrary thing, I don't know. I don't have an easy solve. You got auto-modded. I mean, I could definitely imagine building a different skin for Logic Masters Germany, but keeping its backend. Like reverse engineer. That would be a very silly thing to do, but kind of funny. I mean, it's probably so old that everything really is like deeply tied together, especially for an ancient PHP site. Like, well, let's just see what happens. Yeah, you know, it's not like I was hoping there would be something meaningful that was like, you know, some JSON or something, but obviously we live in the past. So I imagine that this URL, which is the same URL you ask, you just do a HTTP post to. Okay, I really should stop, but I just want, now I'm curious. Okay, oh shoot, there could be work in this. Is there work? Sign out and remove local data. Oh my gosh, do you have to sign in now? No, just remove the local data. I just said it. Oh, Postman. Okay, can we do anything logged out of Postman? So it looks to me like you can just do an HTTP post to this with, what? With a body that is form encoded. And the thing we actually are trying to submit is what? I don't think it's fancy. I think it literally is this URL, and there's an HTTP post, and there is a hidden input field that says submit solution code, but there's basically a code. See what it says. It's angry at me. It's yelling at me in German because I didn't do what I was supposed to do. But what if I, well, I don't actually know the solution code of that one. So what is one that we know the solution code to? It was this. So we would submit to this puzzle, and we would submit the contents of box 1, right? It's mad at me. What did I do wrong? Why is it so angry? Or does it actually just serve the web page? It doesn't actually like give you a response that anything was correct. That's funny. So you have no print. Is this cut because this is hidden now? It's hard to do this on a puzzle that I've already done, I guess. If I'm wrong, but I mean, since I've already submitted this, maybe it's not. I don't get like a okay, you know, I don't get like a HTTP response okay like you might expect if you're doing a post. It looks like effectively doing an HTTP post is just acting like a GET. You know what I mean? Which maybe whatever. I guess that's how the internet used to work 500 years ago. So it would not be hard to post something here. It's just what's annoying is it has to be some arbitrary string decided by the constructor rather than just the entire solution code. It would be way cooler if you could just post the whole contents of the whole grid, because then it could just be a button. But I don't know. Let Sven figure it out. I don't think Sven cares. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody, you are all lovely people. I hope everyone is having a really happy new year. Egg, congratulations on the new puzzles. Thanks for joining and watching this catastrophe. And what am I gonna do with the rest of the day? I don't think I'm gonna go to the shop. So I'm gonna eat some food and then maybe work on a few things. puzzle every day. Wow. Well, but you've started this with the new year, right? So you need to release a new puzzle every day for the entire year. I would be very impressed if you did that. I'm not saying you should, but I'd be impressed. I need to do a stream where I like work on some stuff. I'm gonna have to like get a new rhythm, but I just wanted to do some Sudoku. Okay, EggFriedCheese has committed to doing a puzzle every single day for the next 10 years. It's going to be very impressive. It's like James Kolchoka did like diary comics every day for 10 years or something like that, I think. So you're basically that. He became the cartoonist laureate of Vermont by doing a diary comic every day. So if you did a puzzle every day, it is possible you could become the Sudoku setter laureate. Well, Skojo, I'm sorry to say, that's why you're never going to be the Sudoku setter laureate of Vermont, because you're not an insane person with... I think it like kind of broke his brain a little bit to that, James Kolchoka. Mixed feelings about that person. But anyway, okay, everybody, you're the best, and I will talk to you all soon. 90 minutes to set? Oh man, it's taking me longer to solve them than just took you to set them. Okay. Post a video of you setting one on YouTube. I want to see how you do it. Okay, I'm leaving. Okay, goodbye.